Wszystko zaczęło się od króla Jagiełły. Mała Łodzia stała się miastem, które w XIX wieku rozwijało się najszybciej na świecie. W ciągu zaledwie 60 lat od powstania pierwszej manufaktury powstaje przemysłowa, wielonarodowościowa metropolia. Jednak wiatry historii nie zawsze jej sprzyjały. To, co zniszczył los, odbudowują łodzianie. Nasza Łódź. Miasto wielkich szans. Od 600 lat w sercu Polski i Europy.
Jesteśmy Polakami. Jesteśmy niezwykłym społeczeństwem. Zawsze w obliczu wielkiego wyzwania potrafimy się mobilizować. Potrafimy stawić czoła wielkim wyzwaniom. Bo nie potrafimy stać obojętnie. Bo obchodzi nas bezpieczeństwo i przyszłość naszych dzieci. Bo wierzymy, że nadzieja zwycięża apatię, lęk i strach. Bo mimo wszelkich przeciwności nigdy się nie poddajemy. Potrafimy ciężko pracować, wspierać się i działać razem. Bo zależy nam na naszej ojczyźnie, naszym osiedlu, naszej ulicy. Bo chcemy naszych niezbywalnych praw i wolności. Bo nie oddamy naszych marzeń. Nadchodzi punkt zwrotny.
Hello and good morning, everyone. Welcome to this panel on how to rebuild public and private media. I'm Laurens van Ginneke. I'm a project officer for the European Liberal Forum. So we are the official political think tank of the ALDE party, who form, together with the EDP and La République En Marche, the Renew Europe group in the European Parliament. And I have here the honor to lead this panel as a moderator, together with, yes, we were still missing, by the way, one person, but she got stuck in traffic. But I think we can start right away. So I'm going to ask for the panelists maybe to introduce yourself, like in 1 or 2 minutes, just so, of course, like who you are, what you do in your private life, and then afterwards we will, private life or professional life, my apologies. And then we can actually start off this panel. And I will start here with Dr. Miłosz Hoduń.
Teraz, dzięki.
Now it's working. I'll be speaking Polish. My name is Miłosz Hoduń. I'm a board member of European Liberal Forum, the same organization Lawrence belongs to, and I'm president of the foundation in Poland. Good morning, Jakub Kocjan, Democratic Action board member, and I'm into rule of law and new and old authoritarian rule. Maja Mazurkiewicz. I'm an expert on disinformation, behavioral changes, and a co-founder of Stratcom Alliance for Europe. Good morning, Piotr Bacewicz, a founder and editor-in-chief of Oko Press, the portal that has been there since 2016.
We could start with you, Piotr, because if I'm correct, you are a journalist for almost 40 years right now, so you have seen how the media transitions from the communist regime to the democratic regime and to what we are seeing today of more becoming a liberal regime. Did you actually, like, how did you feel those reforms throughout those 40 years? Does it feel like a roller coaster where you were going up slowly and then actually it went down very quickly? Or how did it impact your life and your work as a journalist?
No, do pewnego stopnia.
To some extent, I'm experiencing a déjà vu because I started in underground Solidarity Mazowsze Weekly, which was a clandestine type of media. It came as a paradox that it's very much in common with the portal that I'm responsible for. It is civic journalism, as I call it, because it's published by the team itself. In case of Okopres, it's a foundation. In the case of Mazowsze, it was not specified back then. Not only you didn't have to register, you were not allowed back then to register. And the basis of this team's existence is a strong internalized mission that is much more than journalistic mission. It's not only about giving the truth. Between you and me, this kind of conviction of the English journalism that journalism is about writing the truth is false. If we look at Pulitzers, the Pulitzer Prize is given to journalists who write the truth, but they deal with difficult problems. They support the weak ones. They reveal the iffy business, monkey business of the ruling parties. They support the civic society. And another thing that this brings together is that they are financed. It's like you standing in the street playing your violin and there is a hat and people give as much as they want. So it is at their discretion. It is important that there's no paywall and the access is granted to everybody, even to those who do not pay. So those who pay give Okopres to those who do not have money. And there are no ads, of course, which puts this kind of media in a different situation. A very specific way of being independent from politics. We've got a set of values, and I was thinking about our values and how to define them. The treaty's Article 2 defines it very well, and it's clear that Okopres reveals and shows the stark reality of what is happening in Poland. This authoritarian power, as Weber said, autocracy that is no longer elective autocracy because elections become less and less just, less and less democratic. It's a set of human rights and values and qualities. It becomes a tough question, migration, what is happening in Polish-Belarusian border. To share an anecdote, at yesterday's panel, on this information there was Civic Platform MP Joński saying that there are 250,000 migrants that were brought in to Poland from those countries. So it was the narrative that the opposition uses, quasi-xenophobic. And my editorial colleagues, Anka Mierzyńska, said, I don't want to labor this point, but when it comes to visas, it's about visas that were given to these people. There is so much turmoil that you are kindly requested not to use numbers for the sake of the discussion about this information. Thank you. And this thank you was like a blow. Another element of civic journalism that we realize. It is us getting rather mediocre pay. We are speaking about communist type of money. It's a bit of exaggeration. And we share money according to their needs. So these are the elements. It's easier to realize this model if the system you're in is more authoritarian.
On that point as well, because that would be a part of my next question indeed. But first of all, I would like to welcome our last panelist of today, Beata Chmiel. And actually, I just would like to ask you also to introduce you very shortly to the public, like maximum 1 minute.
Dzięki, Lord. Po pierwsze,
First and foremost, I'd like to apologize. Taxis in Poland work like any other means of transport. My name is Beata Chmiel. I'm Vice President of Film Women Association, but I'm one of the signatories of the Pact for Culture and initiator of Civic Pact for Media, and a member of the Shadow Cabinet of Congress of Women. Me and Agnieszka Holland, we are responsible for culture and public media.
Maybe to our youngest panelist, because we've indeed hear like a life story of the changing environments that Mr. Piotr had to go through throughout his life as a career. But I would actually like to ask you a question: why did you start becoming actually an activist on this topic?
myślę, że
I think that topic that we are speaking about, the media, is strongly associated with what is happening in Poland, and it's part of a broader global trend when we turn our backs on global liberal democracy. It's an attempt to describe the reality we are in here in Poland and many other countries. And I think that this breakthrough moment requires us to be more watchful and diligent in looking at the process. Also in the context of the media that we are speaking about, I started dealing with the rule of law question in 2017 when we organized a protest, the Chain of Lies, defending the Supreme Courts with COD, judicial organizations and similar. When for the first and last time we were able to slow down rather than to stop the process of destruction of democratic ones. At the level of the diagnosis, we know everything. We know what the rhetoric leads to, especially the rhetorics on the government regime type of TV. It's very interesting to have a debate in the recent month on the role of journalists in the country that's becoming authoritarian. It's not authoritarian yet, but there is an ongoing destruction process of democracy. There is symmetrism notion, that is emotion trigger in the recent years, in the recent months or weeks. It's a very interesting question about the role of journalists, which boils down on the one hand, or is supposed to be boiled down to the question that it is the voice to the microphone that gives the floor to any party, regardless what they say. It may have less or more loose contact with reality, and on the other hand, there is the attempt to make this message party-like. It's a very interesting debate in the context of the public media that we are speaking about and the vision of the future. We need to halt this debate, and this debate cannot finish without giving the answer. Whether it is possible to give the option to use the platform by any political option. Is this the role of the journalist, or conversely, will journalists support any idea of the opposition in the face of the regime that is authoritarian or becoming authoritarian? It's important for the vision of public media in the future.
What you just finished with, and also with what Piotr finished with, because we heard here as well, because of the more and more becoming a liberal regime, and because of the sometimes the lies and the propaganda that you see on the national television, you see indeed like here an opportunity that people and journalists are making, like, you know, new ways of journalism, or like reinventing the way they have to work to actually combat that disinformation. Like why is it important also to like to restore, or what is the role of disinformation in the whole debate and the whole process that we're witnessing today when it comes to media here in Europe and also like here in Poland?
Ja, dziękuję bardzo za.
Thank you very much for this question. And I'm going to build on what the co-panelists said. Piotr, you compared your beginnings back 1990s to what is happening now. There are many converging lines and many differences at the same time. When speaking about the media, the differences is what we focus upon. We are not living at the times when you couldn't reach people, you couldn't communicate with them. We live in the place and time when people have plethora of information and therefore they cannot check this information, suck that in. They can't remember numbers. Speaking about numbers, it is not disinformation. Disinformation is targeted, intentional, and it impacts specific aspects. There is misinformation that we use. We all make mistakes. We cannot check everything. That is why we've got telephones in our pockets. This will be changing. Most people don't realize that. If we speak about the media, it's building trust. That is the role of the media, the basis of what we're speaking about. Platforms may want or may not want to have it. They squabble with different regulations, especially with the regulations from European Commission, because they are media, not only the platform for the media. So the role of the media is information. I agree that in the country and in the times we live in, if the rule of law is combated and the government that makes an assault on the freedom of the media, symmetrism is not the best solution, because we need to give space to those who don't have space, and public media give space to one party. So you need to have the possibility for other parties to show how they communicate. So I agree with this. And it is key to strengthen this media, not only to show the truth, but also to reach the very core of truth. This is still missing in Poland. We are short of money. And the system, that is important. Speaking about the system of public media is financing. Very often different media operate on click-bait principle. So financing is related to the fact that there is a very good article and a silly title that has no connections with what is inside, and it's clickable. So it's a dilemma. And I believe that these are the things that we should change. We should change as journalists. I'm not a journalist, I'm an activist. And we should change it in the media system, public media system too.
Miłosz, because you have you have written publications on polarization, on hate speech, on the usage of fear in media and in propaganda. Do you think, like, because like if we hear also some of the testimonies here, do you think actually that what we have witnessed the past few years with the hate speech, with those processes, that it really sparked a new way of thinking about media as well? Do we actually have an opportunity today of starting to restore the media landscape, but in a better way than it was in the past?
Chyba teraz. Tak. Dziękuję bardzo za to pytanie.
Thank you very much for the question. I would like to refer to the previous speaker about the trust. There are no public media without trust. So if we speak now, or politicians, experts discuss about the future of public media, the trust and the trust-generating role for the new media would be elementary. And if we, the citizens, contribute to the public media, we cannot do that to the media that do not build trust and community, but moreover they destroy these two, being just the loudspeaker of the propaganda and hatred. There is no space for that. Discussing a new public media, state-owned media, should be based on the trust platform. And further to Maya about money, if public media build the trust, make a platform for meeting. What do we have today? Public media. When we look through public media eyes to the world, we have two poles, or Poland's two tribes. We got further and further apart. Not only don't they build the trust, they blow up and polarize, atomize the society. And public media or trust-building media, well, trust brings money. If you trust a particular title, if you trust public media, it brings money. And further to Piotr Patrzewicz, what is public media? When I think of public media, I do not think TVP and Polish radio. For me, public media is not state media. For me, Okopress makes public media. This is the media that carries out the public mission. That's the media where journalists work who are trying to show the world as it comes. That's about the truth. But they also carry out the public mission, publicizing affairs, showing failures and criticize, and that brings money. I don't know whether the money is good enough. Luckily, yes, I can hear. Yes, but that's the moment of hope. If that in all that hopelessness of the media situation, public media in particular, so we have public media, not state-owned, which show how you can do it, how you can object to the hate. And how to build platform built on trust, not polarization. And this is the way for the reform of the future state-owned media. We cannot afford to have public state media to share the society. In my opinion, we have today learned that the new public media will not be rebuilt unless their key focus is building community trust and burying down the divisions between us.
Question for you, because I remember we talked yesterday also very briefly. We've now heard here a few elements on how to, the beginnings of to answer our question, how we could restore a model for public and private media, like a free media. But what should we actually do with, the state sender that, for example, TVP is, or if we look to Hungary, what happened there? Because some people, when I hear throughout the debate, some people are saying for the state television, pull the plug, start over. Others are saying make some reforms, pull the plug on some of their side channels, sort of make an audit internally to change the how's it called, to change the rotten apples, as we say in Dutch, and restore it to its former glory. Is it that easy? Can you just pull the plug, start over again, or start to reshuffle everything? Or what are your thoughts on it?
If it was that easy, we wouldn't be discussing it now, perhaps. The key problem is that the place where we are today with public media and the whole media landscape in Poland is not just a matter of the past 8 years. In fact, the history of that landscape began after 1989, where there was not enough trust to build civic thinking about public media. 15 years ago, more or less, the Civic Committee for Public Media was established, comprising Agnieszka Holland, for instance, and we drew up a bill for new media law was supposed to turn the table upside down. It was supposed to say that the public media is the media that, no matter of the form, electronic or regional or whatsoever, they carry out the public mission, which is financed from the Public Mission Fund, regardless of the ownership status of the media. So from this public media fund was supposed to be allocated to printed media, TV, radio, all different ways to bring reliable information to the public. And it was not just financing for the information, because information is not the only point of public media. Public media should be a whole educational machinery, civic education, cultural education, as well as such basic education that equalizes opportunities no matter where the public live. And all public media should operate to level the opportunities of all those who contribute to their operations. Alas, that didn't work then, and today those who rejected this idea of the civic law wear civic hats today and say, let's get back to where we were. That's impossible. We'll never be back to Telewizja Polska, to Polskie Radio, whatever we had before 2015. Also because we are in a totally different world in terms of civilization. We've gone through another revolution in terms of media and technology. We are not just through splitting tribes. We do not have common tools. So those who are thinking about changing the public media, they shouldn't think of it as regain the media for us. We should think how to make it that everybody has a share in public media, which means we need to get rid of the division between the media, the ways of reaching. So not only those with aerials on the roof can create the public media, have access to public media. And I need to mention one thing here. The only initiative which I unwillingly praise, because we should cut off from state-owned Obywatel, and the project mentioned by infamous Minister Cieszyński of embedding citizens' media services into public services. I mean here, access to public media access is to build a mechanism which will relieve us of direct impact of any party, any politician, to the type of information we are presented with. Well, Beata is an excellent expert on how we can reform the law on the National Council of Radio and Television and what we can do with public TV. From my point of view and my experience, no matter how anachronic or surprising I may sound, I believe there are three things you need to say, great assumptions to be taken to think to keep the public TV or public media, because I absolutely support their existence. That's pretty obvious, I believe. First of all, we need to reduce the influence from politicians. There are different concepts for that. Without going into detail, there are ideas to do that. Secondly, you need to reduce the impact of money. And this may be far more difficult because public television naturally competes with commercial TVs, and that spins up. As a result, we have the Italian public TV that is composed of stupid contests and games and groups of singing people. Well, singing, to be frank. And this is the second issue. The third problem, and that is what you said, we are in a new landscape, media landscape, is to avoid what is stupid on the internet. I don't know if you know, there were some Eurobarometer surveys that and showed that Poles are highly distrustful to public media, but they trust electronic media. The trust they put in the internet is declared by 51% of Poles, while average European is 35%. Trust in social media is declared by 42% against 20% in the EU. We are the only country, save for Greece, which trusts social media more than traditional media. On the one hand, it's a great opportunity for all of us here, like Elko Press. On the other hand, it's a bloody threat, because we get information what is most viewed on the net. That's rubbish. 10th, 15th place may be occupied by some key political news. So in brief, we need to invent how to reduce political power, money power, how to guarantee protection from stupidity, and fourthly, and I'm addressing my experience here, how to educate editorial teams, how to set the work of editorial teams so that they work per civic values and public interest.
Wydaje mi się,
I believe that the whole conversation or deleting TVP or TVP info that is in the public debate, well, I understand the emotions. People who say, you can't, there is so much poison in it, you need to behead it, bury it, never to see it again. I understand the emotions, but I believe that such solutions like get rid of, build something new, opt for a new name, new face, are solutions opted for by populists. That's like removing middle schools in Poland or digging paths in the peninsula. The other party thinks about systemic solutions. We've heard some theses what would be needed to make the TVP, Polish radio, or public media to make sense. And I'd like to mention that the reality we live in is different than in 1990s or even in 2000s. And thinking about rebuilding public media through the prism of channels or stations makes no sense. Whether to terminate TVP or whether TVP should have 4, 7, 12 channels, it's anachronic. If we keep thinking like this, we can think how to build a museum of Polish television rather than true Polish television. The solution is not just that public media compete against other private stations, but by with cooperation through media platforms that provide entertainment and information. And I believe this is also the future for TVP, Polish radio, this conglomerate of public media, thinking in terms of platforms, how to build a platform that would deliver content to the people and which will grant access to vast archives of the Polish television. Back to the money issue. This may be a way how to finance public media. If we have access to a platform, you can name many that you use, that would be on a similar level, that will deliver content that is already produced, and TV still, Polish TV still produces a lot of content pretty valuable frequently. Well, I believe we will want to be ready to pay for it. We will not discuss the subscription fee, whether it's forced or not, who pays, who doesn't. but creating a quality platform is the future. I don't know if it should be with the Obywatel platform, but there are state-owned media in Europe and outside that opt for platformization, and it works. People like it, people want to use it, people are ready to pay for it. So I wouldn't like us to think about new state media in an outdated way, but in a modern way, and see what's happening around, what the competitors are doing to be competitive. Maya, well, building on that, because the reality is different. In 2 years, we will be living in another reality because technologies change faster. When we speak of public media, we should talk about building them building it for future. What's important for me there, how they affect people's education. This is the mission of public media. We've got different media with different views. That's natural. That happens in every democracy. Have a look at the US, which is so polarized as Poland, but they've got CNN and they've got Fox News. These are private stations. They can show whatever they wish. That's the freedom of media. But public media should be a place that satisfies the educational, cultural, informative mission. They are the place that provides space for symmetrism or showing different opinions. I believe that when we are talking about how the media should look like, we need to talk about journalists' ethics and the values the media should develop. One thing is new technologies and talking how to build such TV or develop TVP. I don't think we should close it. We should reform it. This is a TV that's been operating since the communist time. Obviously, it has lots of negative aspects, but that can be changed. You can provide space for the media that would be ones that build trust and pluralism for other private media that would be able to provide space for trust. I believe media needs to communicate simpler. If we want to reach people, we need to build quality TV, public media, but we need to understand the vast majority of the public will require dances and trash TV, as we would name it, but through such dances, we can deliver lots of information, values that are significant for us. So we should see the creation of such programs in a different way. A couple of years ago, I attended an attempt to develop a EU TV, and there was an attempt to create something on a platform on the net, selection of channels. It is happening. You've got this great example from the BBC, which has lots and lots of fact checkers. They have great anti-disinformation activities. They share the truth, driving crazy both parties in the UK. So when we try to show disinformation narrative, we cooperate with experts from the UK and the US. A couple of years ago, somebody presented me some news from TVP about abortion. I said we couldn't believe it, and the British man couldn't believe that public media disseminate disinformation. There, nobody cares if BBC is liked or not. There is no disinformation.
Tu się chyba
Yes, everybody seems to agree here, because doing away with TVP or public media, well, I like this comparison with pre-high schools. So it would be similar mechanism. Let's change the nameplate and we blew into the space the previous solution. The question is, what is public media? It's very much up to date. We live in the world where we have no problem accessing information, but more of a quality of the media or the abundance of the media. How great is the information noise? The 24-hour news TV, it's a brand new concept kind of. the Gulf War, the World Trade Center assault, and similar. But it shouldn't be the role of the public television. And speaking about public media, I think the solution might be the fact that they have to be counteracting to private media, one television station chasing each other in the news domain, trying to outstrip one another, because the internet development speed up and the form it has been, there'll be no problem with getting the right info. There'll be the greater need of better information, more profound. It wouldn't be a task for public media from the point of view of the rule of law, that is my domain. So the way the media informs, including the robust professional ones. Well, jumping from one piece of news to the other without any context. Sometimes there is information about another complaint, the committee charges somebody some kind of charge is suspended again. Abundance of news, but they do not create a specific picture, not connected. What the Commission is calling upon whom and what is the association with the previous ones. This is one of the main fields of dispute, so it's difficult to return to the information on the rule of law and court system from the start in a neutral way, whereas this neutrality is the question. This is in greater demand rather than another news TV, another chase after news. And the latest one, in-depth and contextualization presentation. The theme of tournaments, dances and singing is very interesting, because every year we are shocked when there is the New Year's Eve of your dream. It was Kurski's idea, don't know whether it works still. But it had very important position, because they checked it with advertisers, and for a week before this there's been lots of news. The truth is that, you know, everybody's thinking that they were bathing in champagne 10 minutes before the midnight, yet vast majority of the general public selected this place. So this is the situation when TVP organizes the event that creates a unity, of course, in this peace-type version. And the main topic is whether there is a rainbow flag, how to protect it, how to check what musicians have on the soles of their shoes so that to avoid the problematic symbols like the rainbow. But if we put aside the things that are the results of disgusting witch hunts by the public television, is the fact that, for example, TVN does not organize New Year's Eve, because the vast majority has no need to show how ambitious they were, how cultural and highbrow they are, and they'd be listening to classics or something else. And this creative unity, creative function around Sławomir, Zenek and Maryla is actually happening. I'm not convinced that TVP should avoid this. That there are only serious things. Russia does it very well. If we look at what is happening at the percentage of Russians who support war in Ukraine, a large part of Russian society has been shaped by a specific use of media in Russia. Pomerantsev writes about it in his book. He's been working on creating public media for long, and he said how they were using this kind of lowbrow culture to shape the media, the mass culture to impact people. It's pretty old. This you call for bread and games.
Political influence on your media landscape and on the media companies, for example. And my question would be actually, it's the question that you asked, Piotr, as well. What would be a good system? Like, what would be an example of ensuring that politicians don't have direct influence on the media company? How can we actually build a healthy, a healthy gap between the two?
No, niegdyś
Back then in Poland, like in many countries, there used to be a situation that politicians have no direct access to a microphone. They cannot quarrel with the viewers. There is an intermediary, that is the journalist. So the only direct form is the address, public address that has been reserved for specific posts, the highest positions in the country, the highest representatives. It's a very simple method. We know why this method is good, because public media do not serve the purpose of the party's campaign. They do not trigger divisions. What is important is that public media management, or the management of the media that sees influence of inhabitants of the country, is done through journalists. Even if the National Broadcasting Board is composed of politicians, anything that is below the National Broadcasting Board should be managed collectively, not only by those elected in the democratic procedure. Public trust is the basis, and the word trust is the key word here. It's difficult to get detached from this model where we had Polish television, Polish radio that has continued for many years. Well, it doesn't have to continue the same form. BBC has ongoing activities to imagine itself as a public broadcaster in the future by doing workshops with high school students. They are supposed to draw, to program, to code, to come up with ideas on what they want to watch. What we are speaking about, access to the media, we can see that public media are mainly watched by the people who have no other access to information. The younger the cohort is, the higher the education is, the higher the income is, the bigger the city is compared to small villages located far from the city centers, the smaller the impact of public media. If you ask who watches public media back in 2015, before PIS being the ruling party, before the host bosses, we would say we don't even watch this New Year's Eve fiesta. So the media has to be created this way. Well, it's not like us creating the media out now, but the media should be created so that it fulfills the needs of less well-off, less educated, and those who are unable to assess sources of information. Public media are supposed to equalize everybody's chance. They need to have the format to reach everybody. I know it sounds idealistic, but you need to do it this or that way. But what is key is the element that Maya mentioned. Journalists are free market people, so they don't observe globally. They do not observe the ethical code. They are not organized into the milieus that imposes the value network. So the ruling party propagandist and the man who is the end of a marketing process is also called a journalist. The latter one just forwards the information from PR sections or other commercial sections. So, for the last dozens of years, we were unable to instill self-limitation on journalists, to create ethical codes, so that the objective is to build social trust, robust information, and robust way this kind of profession is exercised. In addition to excellent examples of private or civic media playing the public role, we can see journalists being media workers or kind of propaganda apparatus employees of any propaganda. It's not PIS only. Journalists should have the right to have their own opinions, but we should know what they are. I'm listening to you and we are kind of concluding. Retain public television, public media. And we are speaking about this option when TVP in its present version ceases to exist. Otherwise, there's a question, will we have Hungarian example? Our friends in Hungary had a similar portal to ours. They had wonderful results and they had to close it up because people stopped paying, and they had journalistic investigation that was great. Or the other variant, the opposition wins, which is not excluded. Many people believe this will not happen. This may happen. What's next? We have to see the new world. We have to leave this kind of huge organism concept to create more specialized units. I would defend TVP Info, maybe with a different name, but the channel of commons, public debate, without politicians, if possible, so that we don't have so many talking heads. But culture, sport, entertainment, yes please, but entertainment that comes with a pinch of reflection, what is good, what is bad, with silly things, but a discussion about it. What I said before, this recruitment of people to work there would have to be conditioned. It have to be clear that people who understand the mission of public media are enrolled, are signed in, what to do to make it attractive, to make it cost money, and not to be commercial at the same time, so they wouldn't fight for advertisement and all the junk that is associated with this combat. It's even more difficult than detachment from politics. But we've got the concept of splitting up public media. And there is the need to have them. There's a great need to have public media. It's my dream. If we are speaking about something, if we are to build something, we need to create a vision, the mission. Beata, you said a lot about it. Speaking about media, it's my dream to have public media as a space where that is trusted by citizens. So in this entanglement of information, disinformation, lack of knowledge, there is some more science, critical thinking, media literacy, and people learn if they are scared by something, disinformation is included. They can return. They can open up TVP on the internet to verify the information, to check whether it is true. I'd like to reach this kind of point with pluralism, with us to be able to have disputes. People will be polarized, but we can sit and talk about different opinions. But we can't say, no, I won't sit at the table, because we need space to discuss in Poland. We'd like to create this kind of media. If we realize this dream, we've already started doing things like your round table, but we should do it in a strategic way, because there are tools and options, ethics that should be introduced. Let's not stick to the names. There's no traditional media conglomerate, and we need to be able to assess it. And if we can't, we can be manipulated, or we can break or manipulate any rule of law. Yes, education. I agree with you that media reform should start with the reform of education. So we should start the reform of education by taking a step back to what Czarnek did and his predecessor, to the education system and the curricula, because these things go hand in hand. If we don't teach about civic education, digital education, thinking, critical thinking, it goes hand in hand. All these reforms that were instilled by peace creates uncritical society that sucks propaganda in without questioning it. Can we do anything? We are running out of time. Civic media boards that have the representation. If media create unity, they need to show pluralism. They need to show people and create people and be created by people. There must be a diversity of people working in newsrooms, working in the background. And the last thing that I want to say quickly.
Życie i zdrowie kobiety jest najważniejsze.
Stop kryminalizacji aborcji.
Kobieta decyduje.
Dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry. Pan Zbigniew Hołdys.
Zgadza się. Dla znajomych Zbyszek.
Serio? Zbyszek. Nadchodzące wybory są zbyt ważne, żeby zostawić je bez kontroli. Dołącz do obywatelskiej kontroli wyborów. Zróbmy wybory bez picu.
Wszystko zaczęło się od króla Jagiełły. Mała Łodzia stała się miastem, które w XIX wieku rozwijało się najszybciej na świecie. W ciągu zaledwie 60 lat od powstania pierwszej manufaktury powstaje przemysłowa, wielonarodowościowa metropolia. Jednak wiatry historii nie zawsze jej sprzyjały. To, co zniszczył los, odbudowują łodzianie. Nasza Łódź. Miasto wielkich szans. Od 600 lat w sercu Polski i Europy.
Jesteśmy Polakami. Jesteśmy niezwykłym społeczeństwem. Zawsze w obliczu wielkiego wyzwania potrafimy się mobilizować. Potrafimy stawić czoła wielkim wyzwaniom. Bo nie potrafimy stać obojętnie. Bo obchodzi nas bezpieczeństwo i przyszłość naszych dzieci. Bo wierzymy, że nadzieja zwycięża apatię.
We will try to exchange some of the lessons from national perspectives and try to come up with something which can be adopted on the European level, like the best practices, lessons from each other, and cheer each other up and unite our forces heading towards a very decisive moment in European history, I believe. So today with us we have Dr. Sharka Shup. She's the executive director of the Institute for Politics and Society.
That we have no longer any other option. So I will definitely say that Polish people, I think that most of the European people kind of are used to living in the welfare state, which is a good and a bad thing, because in terms of the populism, it's kind of easy to use living in a welfare state to grow the idea of populism. And this is what my party right now is dealing with, that even we are in a month to the elections and we kind of have a congress and when we showed our program and we somehow have to have similar propositions that the populists have just to have any chance to win. So we're trying to combine all those liberal ideas with fighting with the populism and trying to be more down to earth and down to the people's problems.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Actually, you mentioned also the cost of living crisis, and that might be one of these down-to-earth problems, especially for the liberal electorate. Actually, it's usually liberals are people who live with the perspective that if you work well, you will earn well. And I remember you said that Mark Rutte was actually he was successful because he was relatable. Just cycling, riding a bicycle, and that's something I think which can be actually projected on the liberalism overall. It needs to be relatable. It's just it has to find liberals don't propose easy solutions, but it has to have an easy package at least, and which all comes down to also to educating the audience, because to understand the liberal approaches, the audience need to speak the same language, which is a very long-term solution, which is not something which can be done just ahead of the elections. Antonina, I would like to ask you also, because since we're speaking about new European liberalism, it also might overlap with new target audience, which is indeed, as liberalism was targeted at rather wealthy older people. What is your perception now with the...
Yeah, we definitely need a redefinition and change our thinking in case of reaching the target audience, because as you said, the liberalism is associated with the people from the 90s, with the elites, political elites, especially in Poland. And let me be honest, in Poland, being in a political elite and being associated with political elites from the 90s, it's not a very good association. And when we are talking about the different target audience, we are thinking about the youth. And when you want to reach out to youth, you have to be relatable. You have to be authentic. You have to change your perspective and maybe do not use the word rebel as often. Maybe think about the values-based approach more. think about how to reach to the people who are dealing with the problems like housing crisis. Like in Poland, we have a crisis when it comes to the education, about the social issues, about the politics, and how to be more close to the people and to know their problems, and do not come from the position that I know it all and I will show you how to live and how to build a better future. Because I have this opportunity to proudly represent the generation that is eager to shape the future and of my country. And what we absolutely hate is the older people that are telling us
open-minded ideas. How does it look from the?
Well, I mean, it's an interesting situation right now in the Netherlands because there are two, let's say, relatively new parties. One is a party for farmers and citizens. And we have someone that came from the Christian Democrats, and now he has his own party. And he, how do you say? People like him because he has a strong sense of integrity, and he always asks like tough questions to the government, and so people like him for his character. And then also with the movement for farmers and citizens, Caroline van der Plas is her name. She really speaks in this like common language, common sense type, authentic type of way, which also appeals to a lot of people. But I would say these two relatively new parties, they're not so much on the extremes. So maybe I think liberal parties could also work with these two parties. So maybe actually these two new parties, they how do you say, they can maybe prevent like that the far right parties become really big, because people that are a bit like doubting where to go, maybe they go to these two new parties. Although I do hope that most voters go to the liberal parties, of course.
But this is actually a very good observation, because I think it's part of the core issue that we are still functioning within some extreme cases aside, but we are still functioning within the liberal discourse. And within this discourse, which has been taken for granted, liberals have almost nothing to sell. And that's a very tricky thing. How to
the main issue that we are right now dealing in Poland when it comes to liberalism and when it comes to like spreading the liberal values is that for the past years there are so many like the trainings when it comes to the NGOs and the social movements, and so many like even money comes to them. And when it comes to the political parties, they are still working like they were working 40 years ago. And the main issue is that maybe the liberals should think about changing the ways how the liberal parties, even in Poland, are working right now. Maybe think about the quotas for the youth, which is a controversial topic, of course, but without any changes and without any like change in the trajectory of how the liberal parties in Poland are working right now, the chances of winning and chances of the change are still kind of low.
Thank you very much. And Marta, like you also represent very like the same generation as Antonina, basically, and I'm curious how it looks. Is there the same divide, like generational divide in the Netherlands? Because I think in Central Eastern Europe, the core of the anti-conservative movement, I would say, is young people indeed, like people who want to change, who want to build something new, which has never existed anyway. And in the Netherlands, in low countries, it's the opposite. And what are the moods of the young people there?
Well, I guess probably similar to other European countries. I would imagine that young people are usually a bit more pro-European than older generations, things like that. But I'm not sure if there's anything particular in the Netherlands that is like very different in this respect than other European countries. So it's more in line probably what you see in all of Europe.
I think actually European card is becoming has been a big part of actually what appeals to the electorate of the liberal parties, and actually something which needs to be strengthened in the future, because they just present a complete alternative to the just not thinking in national terms that much. Yeah.
I just want to say that we have a different situation in Poland, because there's a huge polarization when it comes to the young people, because on the one hand we have like those people who are very close to the European values, and because we were mostly born in the European Union. I was 7 when we joined the European Union, so I don't remember the times without the European Union, Poland being in the European Union. But also we have a very huge group of the radicalized youth, very close to the far right, that are spreading the values of living the European Union, of the Polexit. And we have a huge polarization on that. Because there is a tricky situation that right now in Poland, the very far right use the social media, use the TikTok to reach out to the young people. So that's why they're having so much of voters, potential voters. And when it comes to the liberals, they didn't use that opportunity that much, because they're still stuck to the very classical ways to reaching to the voters, not the modern ones, so they didn't reach out to the young voters. And we are trying to catch up on that, but due to the problem that we don't have that much young politicians that are from liberal parties, it is, it's a very like strong problem and very wide, I will say.
Thank you very much. Just also wanted to tell the audience that we will have a chance to get questions from you. So, already, in principle, yeah, we can.
Hi, I'll make it very quick. My name is Ricardo. I was very privileged, in fact, to be in one of the workshops that the European Liberal Forum organized on this new liberalism. I'm going to piggyback on something that Sharka said, which is this tension between the old and the new liberalism. And I'm going to make a quick point, and then I'll ask a question, because I think we're talking about this in the edges, which is, of course, we need to be understanding, we need to talk with people, we need to listen. That is all fine. But on the other hand, I'm a little bit afraid that we also be missing something really important. And actually, our colleague from Poland was just mentioning that. This week, a study came out, 30 countries, the population between 18 and 35, only 57% of the respondents believe that democracy, it's the best way of governing. I repeat, 57% of the respondents said that. Now, my question is, and I'm always lucky that I have a microphone in my hand when Leszek is here. Leszek, congratulations again for a tremendous freedom game. Because yesterday, during the opening session, I saw the average age of the people in the machine hall. And I'm not going to say that we should hammer young people in the head, because that's not a way to work. And here's my question to you, Daniel. Could we be missing an opportunity of being too mushy, which is something that also liberals are accused to, too soft, and not explaining to these people, do you know what authoritarianism means? Do you know what it means to live in dictatorship or in the Soviet system? So how do you straddle that line? What do you think?
Yeah, that's a great question. I've always been of the opinion that liberals are a bit too soft, especially when it comes to countering populist narratives. If you look at the way that, the Orbáns and the Melonis attack, pro-European values, European way of life and all that, then, the best response that we get from that is, oh, well, you probably shouldn't be doing that, it's weakening the European Union. So yes, absolutely, we have to be more forceful in countering these narratives. And one discussion we had in the workshops as well is there such a thing as positive populism? Can you fight fire with fire? Can we be at that level of forcefulness that the other side is bringing? And I think we can definitely bring the amount of energy, at least. Because one of the other problems we talk about with the liberal voter base is that liberals are in what we call the friend zone. So on a scale of 1 to 5, liberals will get consistently 3 and 4s. You know, they'll say, okay, we like you, you're sympathetic, you're young people, you're nice people. Would I vote for you? Well, maybe as a second choice. I'd rather vote for the big EPP party or the big Socialist Democrat party. So I think that's also going in the direction of saying, yes, we need to be clearer with our messages, more forceful with our messages, and developing a more cohesive identity that the other groups, because of less diversity, seem to have.
Yeah, I would just like to say, because I see we have only like 10 minutes left, and I think we talked a lot about elections, campaigns, strategies, and so on, but I think it's also important to think about this topic of new European liberalism on a bit more fundamental and philosophical, dare I say, level. Because I think if you look at like liberal philosophy, I think there's always this criticism that it's too individualistic. This is a criticism that liberalism gets, and I think it's very important in terms of the future of liberalism to communicate that we care about people, that liberals care also about social relationships, and that usually liberals are people that feel very responsible from their own individual being, feel very responsible for their communities, and I think this is not a story that liberals tell enough. And then maybe secondly, I'm of the belief that our core liberal values, such as individual freedom and protection of liberties, they don't need an update. They are beautiful core liberal values, but I think the challenge for liberalism is to connect these core values to the challenges and opportunities of this day and age and the future, such as climate change. And I think we can, for example, rely on the harm principle of John Stuart Mill also in terms of environment and climate change, and that we shouldn't damage it. And then, for example, if you look at problems regarding big tech, then you can have the story that liberals have always been against power concentration, and you can also apply it to these new challenges. So I think this is a way in order to take our philosophy and take it to the modern age, let's say. So I just wanted to bring that message as well.
Thank you very much. I think we had another question here.
Yes, thank you very much, Laurens Verginike from the European Liberal Forum. No, just my question is here because I usually hear that you know, we have to tackle the narratives of others. We have to tackle like how should we answer to the narratives of populists and actually authoritarian figures. But usually what I do here is like you're actually playing them in their cards. You're playing their game on their terms. My question is, what is our narrative that we have to give? Not just to be an alternative or an answer to them. No, we have to be the better alternative. What is our narrative to be the better alternative than populists and authoritarians?
This is the core of the question, indeed. How not to fall into the frame, but how to have our own.
I think that's an easy and a hard question at once. Because I think the only way, unfortunately, to be in the game is to somehow also play their games, play their cards. But to give better knowledge of the thing that we want to provide, maybe to say why, maybe what there will be effects of these propositions. Maybe do not be so harsh on the propositions that the populists are, not be so black and white, maybe to provide some gray space. But the only way to be in the game is to somehow play their cards. And this is what I hate in politics somehow, because this is the place when the very great ideas and the things that we are learning in the universities are reaching out to the very harsh ground. That at the end of the day, when we want to bring our liberal ideas to the life, we have to win the elections. And this is the hard part.
definitely a question we struggle with in Hungary, where you have a high concentration of media in the hands of the other side, so about 80%. How do we get our message across, even not even what it is? But I would agree that we liberals have the best, original value propositions. I mean, freedom, equality, opportunity, your classic life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. Those are good ideas, and I think they're just as viable today as they were in the 18th century when they were first formulated. The question is, how can we make them relevant for a person in their everyday lives without remaining at the level of abstraction? I think we tend to talk too much about the, big principles, the capital V values, instead of talking about what this means for a person in their everyday life. What does the European Union mean for you in your everyday life? What benefits do you get that you can feel, other than the fact that we like having a European identity, but also being able to travel, being able to start a business that can be immediately across countries. So I think we have to really be concrete about what these benefits are, what these values mean in practice.
This is it basically sums up the whole point of looking ahead for liberals. And one very interesting insight, which we also got during our expert debates, was the use of fear, because it's one of the biggest strategies which populists are using, and thinking whether liberals can actually learn something from populists. We're talking about the use of fear, but in a reverse sense, showing to people what they can lose. Because again, many of the things which we enjoy today are the things which couldn't be taken and shouldn't be taken for granted. And actually that can be part of reversing the narrative and showing what would happen if the European Union didn't exist, what would happen if you didn't have that, if you didn't have that. And that's in a way is a reconciliation between playing the authoritarian narrative or a populist narrative, because indeed in many countries we're already somehow function within this, as the case in Poland or Hungary, unfortunately. But also it can be a way to prevent the populists to overtake the whole discourse, but by showing that it's not only what you are gaining, it's also what you are about to lose, and very easily. And that's when it comes down to education in the long run. Economics and philosophy, the most basic disciplines, and if students have very good knowledge of these two disciplines, it's very difficult to vote for populists, just because you understand that some things just don't work in a certain way. It doesn't matter how you frame them, but also in a short term, indeed, some concrete. And that's when I think what we're trying to do is policy briefs and policy papers, typical Brussels formats, but actually it's like showing to people in very concrete terms, this was built by the EU, this is where the money comes from, this is how, but that indeed it's trying to break this bureaucratic approach, because things are getting very real. I'm myself from Ukraine, I know how real, how quick things get real. And then, of course, many abstract, complicated things don't work. People just start functioning in a very human, emotions-based level, which is very important. And I think that's what liberals should use. They should appeal more to emotions. And if you have, I think we'll have time for final remarks. Yeah, if you...
Yeah, I would like to just react also to the game which Lawrence mentioned, like, you have to play their cards, but you can change the rules. So, and it's exactly what you just mentioned. It's about the communication. So if you are using the fear in the communication, then that's what is our role, to actually show what you can damage, what you are already having, and what you can lose. And this is critical for us, because now the fear in the current situation which we are dealing with, or in Ukraine, what is happening, so it's so strong, and we just have to unite together and really show how the things are and how it can be differently.
Capitalize on the, yeah.
You had some very interesting thoughts, and just some reflections. I believe that liberals are hopeful and optimistic people, and that this is the story that we should tell, and that we believe in the future and the possibilities that it brings. and also in my book about the free market, you know, there are challenges to the free market, but if you look at liberal democracies that integrated the free market, I mean, this has created in the past decades a lot of prosperity and wealth and good, and it leaves individuals the possibility to choose where they work, to choose from projects that they want to buy. And in terms of fear, if I look at the Netherlands, maybe a challenge actually is for liberals that we've been quite successful, and that we are almost like taking it for granted what we have. That's a challenge. I don't know what the solution to that is for my country. How do you present a strong narrative when you, I mean, because liberalism, I think it's also like a force that fights against like power, like fights against the power of a too strong church or a too strong state. What is it that we fight for then in the Netherlands in terms of liberalism? I think that is a really challenging question. Yeah.
Well, I started by saying that this is a timely discussion because we do have some time left to correct the course. So we'll be looking at elections at the national level. We'll be looking at the post-Rutte Netherlands. We'll be looking at Poland next month. We'll be looking at Slovakia. We'll be looking at what works and what doesn't. But when we're looking at or thinking about what we can lose, we should also be mindful about the results that we had in this mandate. I mean, you usually criticize the European Union for being slow and inefficient and more concerned with the shape of bananas than anything that has any practical effect. Whereas in this mandate, you know, we had the response to COVID, the response to Putin's aggression, the Green Deal. So that is also at stake. We want to keep going forward.
So I just want to quickly say that I believe that the future of the liberalism lies in our hands, in our voters' hands. And I also firmly believe that the principles of the liberalism can help us to achieve more prosperous and inclusive Poland. And I hope for that.
Thank you very much. This panel was not meant to be to provide any answers. It's more food for reflection because it's a very open-ended question, and I hope it will take us some time, but we'll come up with solutions. Please stay tuned. The Liberal Forum will publish the paper based on our expert discussions, but also taking into account what we discussed today. And this is our contribution to the new European liberalism, and we'll circulate it in the also next time when we come at Freedom Games. We'll continue this topic, I hope with more positive prospects on the European level after the elections already. Thank you very much.
It's not always easy to recognize. It may look like this, or like this. It may be a burden, but it is a responsibility that we embrace nonetheless. But if it means this for one person and this for someone else, maybe it ultimately means being there for one another. It isn't handed to us, but we know where to find it and how it feels, how it tastes, and what it sounds like when we finally have it. It means different things to different people, but for many, it means everything. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together.
Dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry. Pan Zbigniew Hołdys.
Zgadza się. Dla znajomych Zbyszek.
Serio? Zbyszek. Nadchodzące wybory są zbyt ważne, żeby zostawić je bez kontroli. Dołącz do obywatelskiej kontroli wyborów. Zróbmy wybory bez picu.
Wszystko zaczęło się od króla Jagiełły. Mała Łodzia stała się miastem, które w XIX wieku rozwijało się najszybciej na świecie. W ciągu zaledwie 60 lat od powstania pierwszej manufaktury powstaje przemysłowa, wielonarodowościowa metropolia. Jednak wiatry historii nie zawsze jej sprzyjały. To, co zniszczył los, odbudowują łodzianie. Nasza Łódź. Miasto wielkich szans. Od 600 lat w sercu Polski i Europy.
Jesteśmy Polakami. Jesteśmy niezwykłym społeczeństwem. Zawsze w obliczu wielkiego wyzwania potrafimy się mobilizować. Potrafimy stawić czoła wielkim wyzwaniom. Bo nie potrafimy stać obojętnie. Bo obchodzi nas bezpieczeństwo i przyszłość naszych dzieci. Bo wierzymy, że nadzieja zwycięża apatię, lęk i strach. Bo mimo wszelkich przeciwności nigdy się nie poddajemy. Potrafimy ciężko pracować, wspierać się i działać razem. Bo zależy nam na naszej ojczyźnie, naszym osiedlu, naszej ulicy. Bo chcemy naszych niezbywalnych praw i wolności. Bo nie oddamy naszych marzeń. Nadchodzi punkt zwrotny.
Dzień dobry Państwu. Witam serdecznie.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome on the green path. We are going to speak again about climate, but not only. We are going to speak about climate leadership. I started with climate because this is of utmost importance. This is the greatest challenge today globally. When you follow what is happening during the Freedom Games, you will clearly see that it appears in every debate, every conversation, every context. Because it's difficult to have end-to-end discussion without touching the questions related to climate change. And this debate will focus on leadership. This is a great place to discuss leadership. Many political debates appear here. Leaders and male and female leaders come here. They come here, they get connected. So in the context of climate, we need to think what that is and how we can approach in the ever-changing times. My female and male guests are Agnieszka Muras, Leader School head educator, Olga Brzezińska. You've had the chance to see at the opening of Freedom Games, Leadership Academy, the lecturer of UW, UJ and AT, president of City Foundation, Antoni Bielewicz. You've had the chance to meet on the stage, director of Climate Foundation program head. I'd like to start on a philosophical note. What is leadership today? The times are changing dynamically, as I mentioned, and the processes impact thematic areas, and they change the basic meanings of the notions that we understood for decades in a specific way. So leadership, or leadership today, differs a lot to what we understood 20 or 30 years ago. Olga, would you please refer to what leadership is today? Let me start by saying that I was overjoyed when I saw the title of the panel, because I found the word leadership in the words, in the title of the panel, not what a leader is, because we might define leadership in many ways, but activity is the closest to my heart definition. This is the act, the activity. It mobilizes, activates people to advance, to do the job of any kind. In the times when we live, when we have turmoil, when we have lots of stimuli and geopolitical and civilizational turmoil plethora, and climate also, we should define leadership as an act, as a process that mobilizes and activates everybody, because the problem that we are facing exceeds individual activity scope. We need to act together, we need to act hand in hand. Today, I think, we no longer understand leadership as the function, the role, the power, and it is replaced with the processes which have a positive impact in a case, in a context, in a milieu, in a society. This is how I want to set the discussion. Not only do we join those who formally feel that they might have impact in boundless things. That is most fundamental, because every discussion about politics, education, culture, or any other thing cannot happen without this context. Because what will we be discussing when the planet is dying? The same question goes to Agnieszka. In the context of your work, the Leaders' School, I'm a graduate of this, and I remember the atmosphere that we had when I was a participant at the Political Leaders' School. And I've got a feeling that we talk a lot about ideas, about acting together. As I understand, the objective to educate future graduates of the Leaders' School is to prepare them to play the function of leaders. How do you see that in the context of leadership, as Olga mentioned that? I like the vision. I like describing leadership as a process, because in our programs and discussions and activities, we try to speak about something that applies to us in the context of climate change. We are doctors, politicians, we've got public functions, doesn't matter. No matter what is the responsibility level, how we want to impact the environment, be it a rural community or commune or a big city, or you're an MP in Warsaw. Each and every one of us is a subject of a climate catastrophe that we are facing. So in the context of leadership and climate change, it is important to say whether the discussion should be held. It's over, because it applies to every one of us, wherever we are, Piotrkowska or Freedom Games. This is the first thing. We're in the process. And the vision that leadership is not a man wearing a suit. Sorry for saying that. But it's kind of like this. When we think about global leaders, we think about all these important guys wearing suits, wearing a tie. I'm sorry, Antoni. Who shake hands and say, you need to change something, they return to their business and forget. I am ridiculing this but I'm kind of sorry when I think about COP and all other ones that pertain to climate, that bring together people of power. Conference of Parties, let me explain. These are annual meetings of heads of states, for those who do not follow that precisely. Oh, I'm sorry. In this sense, leadership as a process, this is the line of thinking that I like. The previous narrative didn't prove right. It proves right when you talk about wars, something that's here and now, action, reaction, that is fast. But when we speak about something that is a phenomenon that is intangible, you cannot see it. Like, even if you see there is no snow in winter, it's volatile, it appears, you cannot grasp it, and it is going to be out of its nature the biggest challenge when it comes to your imagination, including leaders. And for us, who are ready to take responsibility for the shape of the world in the future, here and now too, and it's very difficult. And this is the lesson that we need to do, the homework that we need to do. We need to be in the process, ongoing process, that is a demanding process. So the question to a man wearing a tie and a suit. Antoni, before you refer to what was said by your four speakers, I'd like to challenge you, and the challenge pertains to the title of the session. Leadership is a very important task, but can we possibly speak about climate leadership if we observe the debates in the context of challenges of today's world? This climate cannot be detached from the rest of tasks. We cannot speak about economic and climate and political and social leadership in detachment. So climate leadership discussion, if you want to narrow that down to the question of climate, to the changes that we observe in nature, would marginalize very important social questions or economic questions that I mentioned. What is it like in your opinion? In my opinion, you can speak about specific characteristics on new phenomenon of new leadership model that is required, that boosts you to act, to counteract climate changes for a number of reasons. In a number of years, we won't think about leadership in the context of climate change, but many changes and challenges that we're in for. But the climate change seems to be the first, the harbinger of the changes that we are in for. So what is the climate change? It's a challenge that pertains to social economic life on planet Earth. It's about new energy generation technologies, employing people, new business models in industry, climate justice, human rights, indigenous people's rights in the areas where there is mining for different resources or the mining is discontinued there sooner or later. It's a vast topic. It's a broad topic. And the second, climate change is one of the key elements of the poly-crisis that we are facing. We are all overwhelmed. We are facing many things. Cost of life, air impurity, social inequalities. Climate is somewhere at the basis. And the third element that is important in the context of leadership. In order the climate change to be prevented, we need mobilization for all of us. The problem that we discuss in most books pertains to a group of people, to publicity or clearly defined team of a company, army unit, artists squad, whatever. So we are speaking about diversified group now, younger and older people, men and women, or people who identify themselves this or that way, developing, and underdeveloped countries people. So it's a challenge for all of them. These people need to be mobilized. And the last thing that I find hard to speak about when I'm the head of the foundation that tries to protect the climate against the climate change, this is one of the elements that is difficult to have a positive goal attached. We try to make any possible endeavor to avoid the worst scenario, to have it bearable though bad. So when you motivate people, this kind of attitude is hard, because if you motivate people to act, not to have it worse, this requires new capabilities and attitude. So leadership in climate change is a specific term. To finish with a positive example, at the last 2 or 3 panels I had critiques with regard to climate conferences organized by United Nations. But these conferences bring small changes year after another, and these limit climate change. And these can be seen in Europe. We can complain that developing countries or new economic superpowers do not adjust with the pace that is set up by Europe and the developed world, but without any doubt, we can see the increase of RESs, moving away from fossil fuels in all sectors, not only transportation. And it's done thanks to the leadership of a group of people who have impact, formal or informal power. You attend some of these conferences, or at least you observe them. This former hierarchies, somebody's president or activist from Sweden, are of not great importance, because this is a new model that everybody has a role to play for. It's like a relay run. You take the leadership. I'm going to give you the floor so that you can refer to what Antoni said. Let me return to the concept of the names of climate leadership. I was thinking about transformation leadership more of, which considers lots of different elements. So there was a housing policy discussion yesterday that is not directly related to climate change, but social economic changes that we foresee in climate crisis too. It is a part of it. So therefore the concept or the idea to have this broader perspective when we look at this issue. And I'd like to have Agnieszka and Olga to have their say. You decide who is first. Additional theme in the context of what Antoni was saying. In your opinion, because you both wanted to take the floor, this present-day leadership, do you see a chance for hope? In the previous panel, we were speaking about active hope that motivates to act, that sets the vision, that mobilizes your powers even if there is a great threat or a great challenge. Climate conferences, I'd like to defend my opinion. It was the perspective of somebody who would like to see radical changes. The ones that are apparent. As I was trying to say, the problem seems, well, when you speak from the perspective of people who are regular, ephemeral, even because these people do not attend conferences like ours. So visible changes, visible gestures from the side of those who wield power are game changers. We speak about the power of the words when we discuss about the possible looks of the world. Well, these plays could be the change triggers. So this is my activist soul. Let's do more, because we kind of run out of time. Everybody says we are running out of time. It's a reference to what you're saying, Veronica. Leadership changes. There was a time in the discussion when leaders had their role. It was a long time ago. There is a time when leadership, when we preach doom and gloom about catastrophe, when there was a voice for NGOs, and we are kind of demonstration of this. But there is a time for you. We like to see the time when political class, this or that one, this or that context, whatever that is, they take it to their hands and take responsibility for whatever is happening.
In the light of Poland, I won't take it globally. Governments differ. They have their rights and reasons, but I believe that in the light of Poland, in the context of how great welfare we live in, what social awareness we have. We talk about missing education here. That's true. On the other hand, everything has been said on the topic. We need no more education. We need to take the key elements and turn that into action. That can only be done by the decision makers, so that we can affect the system. I encourage everybody to make changes on the individual level, reduce your consumptionism or expand your self-awareness. But we are a bit of a society who cares for the principles, and the climate change in the context of political changes by the right or left-wing parties. I'm sorry to say, but well, we first of all need to change the narrative, which is not comfortable for us individually, and it doesn't appear, because who will win elections? If you're here, you need to reduce your needs. That's not a catchy election slogan. I want to say everything at the same time, and I'm diversing so far away. I want to say that this is a time for the policy or politics to get down to work. It's not NGOs, it's not experts' time. It's all done. Let's move one step forward. Olga. Well, I believe we need to talk about climate leadership. The transformational adjective is nice for me, but it obscures the matter because it blocks the light. We want to cast on something. The more we speak of climate leadership, the better climate we are building for climate leadership. Authorities are expected to do three things. Set the direction, guarantee protection in times of change, and order standards. You cannot ensure the three of those in climate leadership. The purpose is the primary thing. When we speak climate leadership, the vector shows climate as something we serve, because leadership is serving a case, serving society, serving a need. So I believe this is elementary to speak about climate leadership, not just leadership per se. Transformation is hidden in the leadership word. The concept is to get us to a positive change defined by society. So I'm closing those definition considerations. I'd say, yes, let's speak, let's name it climate leadership, because we need to have resonate more so that it covers everybody and we understand the process alike. Authority is not accessible to everyone. It can be given and taken back, while leadership can be to anyone, no matter where somebody is in the structure. We could see examples of leadership coming from the purpose, not from the position or from the role. But I think we'll have more examples. Very much so. I would like to now go to the community of purpose. Something Agnieszka mentioned about removing our suits, about the new concept or the new shape of the leadership in contemporary times, and I would like to highlight young people, the youth. How would you see the role of young people in leadership? Yesterday there was a very interesting panel. If you missed it, I recommend, where young people from different initiatives, also pro-climate initiative, spoke about their perspective of contemporary leadership, or political decisions, social debate, and they addressed the perhaps not the role of young people, because they said it's not the age, it's attitude to equality, respect to human needs, not just focusing on economic indicators. And it seems to me that in the discussion on climate leadership, that voice is more and more heard and extremely important. Antonio, over to you. Without a shadow of a doubt, young people gave a new pulse to this new climatic movement. I agree with Agnieszka. It used to be the talk of experts, professors, etc. Then that was a topic for NGOs and partially for governments. At one moment it became socially popular, also thanks to the involvement of young people from the world. We all have Greta Thunberg in our mind as the icon of the youth movement, but there are far more such young people from different places, different attitudes. What did young people do? Well, first of all, they suggested a new working model. They removed half of the problems the traditional movement to prevent climate changes raised. We can't afford, it's complicated. Let's wait for technologies. They said, no time to wait, let's do. It's this blah, blah, blah by Greta Thunberg. Stop saying we can't, start thinking we can. They brought new air to democratization, to dissolve the structures, which is vital. And for me, the key point was that those young people a couple of years ago redefined the dilemma we are facing, and by that they gave totally new motivation to the climate movement, because for a long time the dilemma was technocratic, telling us how much can the global temperature go up till the end of the century. And they named the dilemma of their future. If we do not do anything now, you expert may not be with us, but our children and grandchildren will continue to suffer because of actual changes that affect our lives. They will reduce our prosperity, living, enjoying the joys we have on this planet. By this change of the dilemma, they brought a new motivating element for everybody. They imposed the new perspective, and partially they took over the traditional actors in the climate discussion, think tanks, organizations, governments, which now discuss the future of climate changes. So it's a truly remarkable contribution. The question is what shall happen later? But that's for later today or next year. We'll see if we can forecast the future, but let me give the floor to Olga with an additional idea for food for thought, an extra topic, and I want to address this question to you, Olga, Agnieszka, in the light of the new leadership model, unflattened structures, democratization, taking off the suits, thinking about social matters. But can you see here in this long structured thinking of leadership, a man sitting on a chair at a table with a microphone, can you see space here that would include a more feministic narrative, not about just indicators and goals, which are important, as you said, Olga, but also in this thinking of sort of a care, empathy, caring about the planet. I talked to Jadwiga Klata and Jadwiga Kośmińska, Women versus Climate. And the perspective they presented is highly important in the context of new thinking about leaders and leadership that considers more of our needs and reaching the values that used to be neglected, apathy, accountability for our shared planet. Let me begin with young people. I believe we all should be grateful to young people that they actually gave this humanistic and civilizational aspect to climate change issues, because they noted it that we have no future. If nothing happens, if nothing changes, we shall have no future. We cannot plan because there is nothing to plan. If in the horizon you can hear about 12 years or any other calculation, so when I'm 20, I can think, where am I headed? But in this context, I also need to mention another critical aspect, which is often ignored. That caused relaxation among people, because they think young people will take care, they have it. But by what right do we quit our accountability for what we can do and toss it to those who are not to be blamed? And they need to fight for themselves, for their future, so that we can stay in this relative comfort of not confronting because somebody else is dealing with the issue. If we started by saying that leadership is mobilizing people to common effort for a positive change, the fact that somebody raises a hand, gets organized, and acts, that will not relieve us of our responsibility. This is extremely important. I can see how young people actually get burned out and frustrated because they are left on a battlefield, not just in their own case, but they are left alone. And this is a kind of appeal, just to bear it in mind. Do not leave the young people alone with that. Perhaps this young climate strike may have this name, young, but it's our common issue. I'm also happy that you are raising the issue of women. Nobel Prize winner, pioneer in environmental protection, Ms. Matai, said, the higher you reach, the less women there are. And she noted that what is so important, namely systemic changes, frequently happen with insufficient or non-participation of women. Yet we have evidence that female leadership is needed. It makes you more sensitive. It ensures diversity. It gives a perspective that may be so necessary and will never appear in a non-diversified milieu. Based on the pandemic crisis, in 194 countries, there was a survey which showed that wherever women were at control, the countries coped better with the crisis. It's proven by research. So we have to speak about leadership of women, and climate needs more women who shall be able to have influence. What you are saying, the care, I would say it's not just the domain of women, but women bring diversity, which is so necessary to bring a positive change. Thank you very much, Agnieszka. I concur to everything, but I also think, agree with what you say about young people in exactly the same meaning you said. I would also add that to this division women-men, I would add what is humanistic and what's technological. To some extent, women today are more thought of as humanistic aspect. And we can see sensitivity, turning some process socialized, and the technical aspect, mechanical, emotionless, that's the domain of man. I would also mention that the world expects everything to be mechanized, dehumanized to some extent, and in a general discourse, it's headed this way, but we believe that the society needs something different. When we look surveys on the youth, what matters to them, a part of the climate change, which is so highly ranked amongst the priorities, there is also mental health, the sense of security, and in the light of our taking responsibility of the world we are going to leave to the youth, and I'm at least with one leg in that group. Yes, I agree. We cannot say it is your world, you should take care of it, because to this vat of uncertainty we only add more. And the problems would not be happening next to human mental health, next to demographic problems, that the society is aging, the needs are changing, the structures look different, social ties are torn apart, and the narrative that tech optimistic, that it all should go to mechanization of processes, deprived of those soft functions delivered by women, is wrong. The more I support more space for women, the features that characterize us would be critical in the years to come for society. Not just for society, matters we are about to act, but in life. These will be more and more important.
Chciałabym tylko podkreślić.
I'd like to highlight the fact that, as Olga said, we do not want to make artificial divisions between men and women, because they are intertwined in some areas. This is to shake hands, to bring in ladies to discussions without building bridges, without building walls between sexes, rather bridges we should build. I can wait. I'd like to speak about the next. At the human level, we don't have to squabble. Men show empathy. They are carers. But when we think where is the decision-making place, let me refer to research. Presence of women in parliament show that there are more rigorous regulations when it comes to climate combat. The presence of women in international fora, COPs, is an incentive to accept positive solutions. Any COP finishes with regulations, be it satisfactory or not. It's a horse of a different color. But the presence of women is a proponent for more progressive policies. Therefore, there is a difference. If there is only men parliament, the research shows that this perspective is not taken into consideration. Women are not taken into consideration. This is why I'm speaking about this diversification. I'm not saying that men are only technical, they are not, they are devoid of empathy, because we would land in the cul-de-sac. I'd like to see whether there are any questions from you. Yeah, there are 2 questions, right. I'll take into consideration, but before that a short discussion here. And then Q&A time. Recapitulating to what was said until now, how I understand reflections. Let's discard the ladders. Let's flatten the structures. We are all equal in the context of climate crisis, in the context of leadership. Let's leave hands to young people. Let's not leave them to their own device. Let's not say that they can cope on their own, because they are more determined about their future. And the third thing, more women, and the features that we were speaking about, the features that are more feminine, more decision-making women. Do you think that all of us sitting here and those watching us online, can you be a leader for your own scale? Because we were speaking about discarding these old structures. It doesn't have to be political. Leadership does not have to happen on the podium or in front of cameras. I know, you've known lots of people, men and women, who do grassroots work. They are not visible, recognized, but their daily work and their determination results in titanic work. Hardly do they realize how heavy and effective it is. Can you be a leader? Me and Agnieszka will agree. Leaders School and Leadership Academy for Poland try to convince people that Leadership Act is available anytime, any place for anybody. You can always do something. Sometimes you just say no, stop. Sometimes you take a case and you put it to the limelight so that people can see. You don't change something, it means you choose it. And a change, even the slightest change, can be triggered with a small step. Greta, that we were referring to, became an icon that most people refer to. He was just a teenager. She had a cardboard box with wording on. She was sitting in front of the parliament. Did she have power? Media? No. She had the objective, the purpose. She had the courage to do something unpopular, to show something unpopular. Third of all, her further way shows that she's a good leader. She keeps learning. If you stop learning about facts, dates of facts and figures, you will suffer backwardness. You will die intellectually. And another thing, communication. if you can talk to people, if you're a good listener, you build a platform, you mobilize people, show that we can do things together, more than me, less than the government, but still. Credibility is what Greta had. She said, I want to change something. I don't like the world we are living in. It's the most important when it comes to leadership. So credibility, in addition to the latter, being authentic when we think about the objective we've chosen. Antonio, would you like to refer to anything? I do believe that each and every one of us is a leader at some point. It's a relay. It's not polemics, but it's advancing. I wouldn't cross or discard the help of these suit wearers, because the energy that has been created should be targeted at things. There are certain people or personages that clearly define the direction. What's the speed? What kind of methods? So there is room for democratic leadership, more brave ones who become leaders, the heads of the groups. So this is the kind of balance, and there is no return to the world of leaders who do the job single-handedly. They do it by force, manipulation, power of will, and thus impose the method of acting without consulting. And now, Q&A session. If you could raise your hands, let me start here. The third row, then over there, the man wearing a blue outfit. Good afternoon. You know, by profession, as a journalist, I deal with climate change. I agree with everything you're saying. I am into one question that I touch upon when talking with my friends. Are we ready to become climate leaders? Because in podcasts, interviews, there is this question of agency, how to instill agency in people, how to make them act. How would you do that? How would you assess the general public's readiness to be climate leaders, and on the other hand to follow other climate leaders? Yeah, I'd like to give you the room to answer. Very good question. We've got the potentials. The dilemma has not been properly defined. We think about climate change in the context of resources and us paying more. Somebody will carry the bigger burden. But it's a bigger dilemma. It's a place to reformulate it. In my opinion, the question is, who should bear the greater burden in association with the transformation? So if you form the dilemma this way, it can open large groups of people to become involved in climate change combat. Some groups see that, miners know that they won't bear the cost. They don't want it. They do not want to have over-normative transformation burden. They expose it, air out, with the methods that trigger the change, or keep the previous one. Olga, you'd like to refer? I'm convinced, or I'd like to believe, that our society is more ready to have all kinds of solutions and narrative compared to what we think. The political class narrative shows. Jacek Kuroń once said that democracy guarantees that won't be managed better than we deserve. So I'm thinking it's a question time, And we return to these questions for the third day of the Freedom Games. On the 15th of October, we will make our choices. It needs to be a wise choice, in agreement with what we believe. Don't choose simple solutions, simple narratives that we are scared with, because they've got the reason. It's not our well-being, but our cynical goals. Short term, they want to just win elections. And I believe that we are wiser. But it's difficult for us to navigate in this jungle of narratives, to cherry-pick something that I think of. This is why we call it climate leadership, because those who are climate leaders are brave enough to say unpopular things. They don't promise things that are nice and pleasant and easy. It won't be. It's not the same question. I have no doubts we are ready. Why? I'll give you my example. I come from Silesia, from the family of miners. So the themes associated with mining ethods are close to my heart. I was talking to the representatives of the Marshal's office of Katowice, who didn't think about just transformation, but how to convince diversified milieus to become ambassadors of just transformation. What climate change is, what kind of transformation should be witnessed in mining areas now, not in 20 years' time, so that the region is able to wade through that without failing. It's not a question whether we can do it, the question is how. But there is awareness in the decision-making places. Regardless the narrative in this or that television. So it doesn't matter at a level that this is a niche topic. It's discussed at homes when sitting over lunch. It's time to grasp the opportunity and do it. We cannot leave it. We cannot give up on that. And the question from the lady wearing a blue cardigan. Let's have two questions. The first question from you, Carolina. I'm a climate activist and I have observed this debate for a number of years. And my question is, we are short of leaders or groups. It's not people, but groups that are the leaders of climate change combat in Poland. We don't see many people in Poland of this kind, not many activists. There used to be groups in the past, but they are less active. What can we do to have more leaders? Because just a bunch of people won't able to sustain it, and the topic is vast. And one more question. I'll have to ask you to talk it further off stage. One more question. Thanks, Wojtek Makowski. My question goes to Agnieszka. How do you think, what kind of context is polarization for the climate change? At the center of the political stage collapse. Yesterday, we had the Leaders Schools graduate meeting. There were young people from Law and Justice and people from PIS and Civic Platform were shouting at me for pro-climate issues. And I can see that this polarization has got this chilling effect for young aspiring people. Agnieszka, first to answer. Just 1 minute, so briefly. The answer requires a separate debate. There is no single answer. On the one hand, we should have leadership that is value-based. You are speaking about this collapse, of the fact that the political scene is collapsing. On different sides of the barricade, we refer to things called populism. It's hard to answer it. I don't have the answer what to do with this, how to put this topic on the agenda. It's a great lesson to learn for all political parties, and the change of narrative with regards individuals. When I look at peers getting power, they refer to whatever is here and now for you, human. And the last short answer to the question. I'll answer it. It's the role of the older group that's been longer in the group. You've done your job, and the old ones need to see that. They need to support you in development. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks to our speakers. And I hope there'll be a chance to ask more questions, to discuss it between panels. We had Agnieszka Boras, Olga Brzezińska, thank you, Antoni Bielewicz, man wearing a suit. Thank you.
Dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry. Pan Zbigniew Hołdys.
Zgadza się. Dla znajomych Zbyszek.
Serio? Zbyszek. Nadchodzące wybory są zbyt ważne, żeby zostawić je bez kontroli. Dołącz do obywatelskiej kontroli wyborów. Zróbmy wybory bez picu.
It's not always easy to recognize. It may look like this, or like this. It may be a burden, but it is a responsibility that we embrace nonetheless. But if it means this for one person and this for someone else, maybe it ultimately means being there for one another. It isn't handed to us, but we know where to find it. And how it feels, how it tastes, and what it sounds like when we finally have it. It means different things to different people, but for many, it means everything. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together.
Ihre Ausreise
Jestem z zawodu lekarzem, zajmowała się diagnostyką chorób nowotworowych.
W Białorusi zajmowałam się mikrobiologią i molekularną biologią.
Byłem nauczycielem szkoły podstawowej.
Naszym celem jest budowanie umiejętności, które są ważne na polskim rynku pracy.
Szybko nabierają takiej pewności siebie, bardzo szybko się uczą.
Wszystko możliwe, kiedy starasz się.
Każdy wybór ma swoje konsekwencje.
Dziś na kazaniu o takich jak ty mówili, że to morderczynie.
A wiesz, że ta, która ci pomogła, trafi za kraty?
Trzeba mieć sumienie.
Jak mogłaś to zrobić własnej matce?
Aborcja to najgorsza zbrodnia.
Gdybym ja podjęła taką decyzję, nie byłoby cię tutaj.
Organy państwa nie będą przyglądać się temu obojętnie.
Życie i zdrowie kobiety jest najważniejsze.
Stop kryminalizacji aborcji.
Kobieta decyduje.
Wszystko zaczęło się od króla Jagiełły. Mała Łodzia stała się miastem, które w XIX wieku rozwijało się najszybciej na świecie. W ciągu zaledwie 60 lat od powstania pierwszej manufaktury powstaje przemysłowa, wielonarodowościowa metropolia. Jednak wiatry historii nie zawsze jej sprzyjały. To, co zniszczył los, odbudowują łodzianie. Nasza Łódź. Miasto wielkich szans. Od 600 lat w sercu Polski i Europy.
Jesteśmy Polakami. Jesteśmy niezwykłym społeczeństwem. Zawsze w obliczu wielkiego wyzwania potrafimy się mobilizować. Potrafimy stawić czoła wielkim wyzwaniom. Bo nie potrafimy stać obojętnie. Bo obchodzi nas bezpieczeństwo i przyszłość naszych dzieci. Bo wierzymy, że nadzieja zwycięża apatię, lęk i strach. Bo mimo wszelkich przeciwności nigdy się nie poddajemy. Potrafimy ciężko pracować, wspierać się i działać razem. Bo zależy nam na naszej ojczyźnie, naszym osiedlu, naszej ulicy. Bo chcemy naszych niezbywalnych praw i wolności. Bo nie oddamy naszych marzeń. Nadchodzi punkt zwrotny.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome all the guests who have arrived here in such numbers. Also, best greetings to those watching us online. My name is Adam Mazur. I shall host this discussion on critical art. Before I introduce our guest, I would like to thank Leszek Jażdżewski for inviting us. I believe it's a great opportunity to meet here in Łódź and talk about art, culture, but also its condition and the status of the world. It's the beginning of our cooperation with INLOTS 21 institution. I've been heading for a year. I'm also a man of Łódź now, and I'm happy to say that Łódź somehow is represented also by Katarzyna Kozyra, a professor at the Academy of Fine Arts, Paweł Althammer, a sculptor who lives near Warsaw in Wesoła, Artur Żmijewski, visual artist, filmmaker from Warsaw, and Dorota Nieznalska, a performer a sculptor from Gdańsk. Well, this introduction is a bit forced. I trust you all will know those renowned artists. I'm proud that I've managed to collect such a team for this very discussion. I also was thinking how to take the topic invented by Leszek Jażdżewski and artists involved in social involvement, political involvement, critical status of the art are very much in place. It's also an unusual meeting for those who have known each other for decades, and we meet after so many years. We met during our studies or during exhibitions that defined the contemporary art in Poland. My task is a bit difficult because we've started the discussion before this meeting while we were traveling to Łódź here. But let me begin by asking you to introduce yourselves. Paweł, who are you? Where are you as an artist now, as a man, as a human? So locate yourselves in your artistic trajectory. Please use the microphone. Good afternoon. It's a pretty happy moment for me. I'm sitting in a very central place before a great audience whose questions are unknown to me. When I was coming here, I cherished this unawareness of what's expecting me. But I felt it would be something about history. We are here with my colleagues from Kowalnia or friendly sculpting trends, sculptors, artists who have long accompanied me in my adventure, and I'm very much inspired to continue my studies, to deal with what inspires me, myself primarily, in such a great company, to ask the same questions in public. For instance, why I produce sculptures, paint pictures, share it freely. At one moment, it turned out that the self-going practices became, at one moment, a discovery that I was found as an artist because I simply deal with what interests me, and then a separate artist who also deals with other things and I can say from this very place that I followed natural causes. So the context of this critical situation, critical meaning it's at the very edge, that people go through crisis, they don't know how to express themselves, they feel fear, and fear is what drives critical conditions. I'll try to control my fear. It's not my challenge in art, it's not inspiration for me. I have it somewhere, but I rather focus on what I want to do, something beautiful, a sculpture, I paint a picture, I dance, write a poem. I simply sit in a park and observe beautifully. And these things are a pretty effective method in working with the world, I'd say. When we were driving, you told Fabio you are interested in vanishing. You were very much present on the Polish and international stage of art, and now you are not that much interested in it. Well, contradiction comes here. Sometimes we do think against expectations. People expect you to come at 8 o'clock to school, take out your book and go past curriculum, and you prefer to go to the forest to observe butterflies. That's why this deed of will to vanish. It would be funny if I do it now. I once managed to vanish. I told Kasia about the side effect, which is I was so much sunk in admiring nature and the world that I vanished. I discovered that my body was not where it was any longer, and the world was filled with light, and I was in the middle of the light, and I felt great. Katarzyna, you run a Katarzyna Kozyra Foundation. You are an academic lecturer, a professor with the Academy of Fine Arts in Łódź, an active performing artist. Where are you? What are you doing? What your art is like? Apart from what you've enumerated, I'm also I'm overfed with the round of exhibitions, performances. Contrary to the situation that we have, not just regionally, but generally in the world. And as I said, or as I showed during my recent performance, that was actually a celebration of my 60th birthday. I asked a hypnotizer to help me get into sort of dreamy hibernation, which didn't mean I did not participate in the fun I arranged because of my birthday. I slept at the party. Lots of things were happening around me, cakes, discussion, music. What was it? A withdrawal gesture? It was a gesture of withdrawal, tiredness. I just wanted to relax, and I succeeded. And you're not open to new experiences? Yes. I'm always open to new experiences. And I expect so. I expect them to come. Artur, if you could please take the floor. When you talk, you are pretty critical to what's happening in art. You try to react, but that doesn't always translate to the program of institutions or how it is presented. Where are you now? How do you exist? What matters for you? Well, for some times I've been dealing with photography, less film, some sculpture. Yesterday I had a very nice moment that together with Paweł in Kalisz we unveiled the Gaia sculpture, Gaia in feathers. I'd say a classic bronze sculpture. I'm not withdrawing. I would say I was withdrawn. The world is losing interest in me, in what I have to say. It's been going on for years. Especially Poland is hardly interested. I'm not complaining. It's like boredom, shifting attention to different things. We are being replaced by further generations that have different rates, fight for different things. The things we participated in belong to the past already. That somehow goes hand in hand with the sensation that one day the political art was of interest to me. I thought it could arrange a lot of things. Then I noted that art cannot do many things. It would be rather institutions that have true authority, true power, access to media, to the public, can join different political processes, strengthen, weaken, or act against them, put some actors to the stage. They can easily remove actors therefrom. I mean here the institutions of culture. But I had this feeling that I paid my bill of political part. I closed that, and I could focus what art is in its essence, practicing extreme individualism, and this is what I deal with. I've been dealing with recently for a couple of years, and the circumstances support it. So I'm not very critical against what's happening in the art institutions. But I believe if I'm critical, my criticism is grounded. I could provide arguments behind my critical attitude or what I believe as a possible critic. Dorota, if you were supposed to describe your condition, as I didn't travel with you in one car, neither did Artur. We came here with Kaśka. I define myself as a Gdańsk person. I take many topics related to the city, playing its part, but in the perspective of my future exhibition to be open soon, it's very highly connected to the history of Gdańsk. But in my actions, I deal with situations related to different historic matters, and it gives me great satisfaction because I've discovered deep inside a need to learn about things I've never heard about before, getting through archives, institutions which have some knowledge to which you need to get. And my projects, which I've been running recently, get strongly in research, but they are also time-consuming. So they are not good for the media. They are not finally a project that will be media-like. It's rather more to focus, concentrate, think over some issues or historic context. But how I can define myself? A sculptor, a person who deals with photography. Sometimes I shoot a film. Well, the definition means more relation to what you used to do, because your biography is split into two things: the process and what you do after the process. That is the research work that is also presented in galleries, museums, but that is sort of a different creation. So if you could tell if it's about the change that's been imposed onto you, is it a pressure on what you can do? Well, absolutely, nobody never imposed me. It's my free will, my decision. As I told you, I find pleasure in this, because I've always thought how you show something is a form of responsibility for the shape, the topic, the idea, and what I show should be worked over, meaning I make a thing which is the essence of a topic. These can be different works. I've completed a number of different projects, but I always try to work out the topic to the very end. It's highly mobilizing, but it requires labor discipline. I like this term, which is unpopular in my milieu, and I impose it to myself as an artist.
Thank you very much. And let me start with you, Artur, because what you said is not necessarily true when it comes to your galloping individualism. Because you started with yesterday's recollections when you opened a collective monument, so your work is set in collaboration with Paweł. Only recently have you had a number of educational activities? So were you interested in bringing up the artists? So it's important for you to work in group, to do workshops. The films that you do are also relational. Is this your answer to what is happening? To go to smaller size collaborations, microworks and similar. I don't run workshops. The recent serious workshops that I ran were called How to Teach Art, and they finished with a book on how to teach art. Well, there is the whole theory of art teaching. It's a collective theory with the PhD students and the team of a number of PhD students from Zurich University and Zurich University of Technology and Fine Arts Academy. It was international milieus from countries of the world. We met 3 times a week, a week for over a year. So we created something that is useful. A lot of discipline observed. These were the latest workshops. But they brought people together. I don't teach. I'm not an arts teacher. I don't run workshops. I work with Pavel. We often meet and work together. And the sculpture that we delivered at the request of Kalisz, it was a park monument. We did it together. But it's of special character because I respond to my own questions, to carry out my own tasks. Just like Dorota, I do it with great self-discipline. When I work with Pavel, I follow his demon. I follow what he dictates to me. I improvise. It's a pleasant feeling of being deprived of responsibility because it's a diluted responsibility for the result. It's kind of transferred to the other person, onto Pavel. And there's something I would hardly expect or come up with, wouldn't do. My head doesn't have to work, it's all off. There is the ratio, that there is and there is not. There is a sheer and pure flow that creates gripping things for me. Kaśka, now you, if I may request. There wasn't a question, but I can grab a microphone. If you could tell us about your works with younger generation, your experience of being an educator or a lady professor at the university. We said that everything is pessimistic, what we are saying about the collapse of the system, of being reserved, of young generations find it difficult to find in the domain of art. But it's knowledge transfer or experience transfer this or that way. And there is some hope that something happens in art, something better in the future. How do you treat this experience of yours with regards to university or when you work in Katarzyna Kozera Foundation? Hello? Can you hear me? I have different experiences when it comes to teaching. It depends on people, not only me. But despite this pretty bad situation and the fact that today's generation is kind of lost for different reasons, there's a new one appearing. They want to be consoled, but at the same time, what I find really suggestive is that no matter what happens, there is a pressure in many people to be an artist, to do things, to fight. From my experience, well, the youngest artist generations, those emerging artists, those that are entering the stage, have no stage to go up on. But they use limited resources at the utmost by those who want to do whatever happens. They are true artists. Lost generation, what do you mean by saying that? You know, no financing at all. There's never been. There is no money. The money is spent on things that have nothing to do with art and artism. And what else? What else were you saying? Why are they lost? Ah, yeah. There is no possibility. There are commercial places, that's obvious. But there is a strong selection of what will resonate, what will catch attention of collectioners. On the other hand, institutions have suffered a great change, and young people have no chance to put the best foot forward in institutions. So no room for experiments. There is room for experiments. They have had it during university. But now they are discouraged, or, as I'm saying, there are very few individuals who find a channel to air out their opinions. You work with young artists, and do you have the feeling that they have similar chances that you had as a student? No, no. It was a specific time that I was studying, and this time was earmarked for experimenting, because there were no rules set back then, and you had freedom in doing what surprised yourself and other people. And now it's a bit more difficult. But to answer the question you've asked, in this little text that you wrote, it is so. What's left after the critical art? There are artists that are still with us. It's important than all the isms and other things. But they are here. The question is, what do they do? Critical methods for education. The time that was called by you the ism time is now over. But I have no doubts that it will not return in this shape, because the global situation is different. It's not only about our regionalism. 1990s will not return. It will be different. And the freedom of art is the freedom of artists to choose the form and the time they believe to be the right one. What you're saying is very important. But I was not speaking about returning to 1990s, but about methods that were used when you were in Kowalnia or you started at Stajudas. Now, you are a person who is preparing postgraduate, post-PhD dissertation. So you are preparing the method how to educate an artist today, using the experience load that you gained at your university and later on, bearing in mind the change that happened. So is this a critical moment or resistance point in this education system you are a part of? I don't know. Education depends on the educator. Right. All of us come from the same source, kind of. And this is our ideas, our way, that are the resultant of Kowalski's ideas. This cannot be changed. Both Paweł and Artur and Dorota and me. Bearing in mind our possibilities and limitations, we've met these requirements. How would you describe your work with others, collectives, micro-collectives, your work with Artur? Paweł Althammer, ever since the university times, he's been working with Nowolipie and similar groups, the people suffering from multiple sclerosis. It's a part of your practice, so it's been well rooted. So how would you describe the change? What are these collective works for you? Is this the moment of resistance, a hope, or something else? We started speaking about education as I see it. Right. I agree with Kasia that we are a source of education. Anybody who does the teaching or who's got listeners around you, so you are a teacher this or that way. I have no preparation for taking care of the people who came at random from the blown away from their posts. It was a fantastic impact into the situation. The joint area with Grzegorz finished. Welcome. You can practice now in the open field, in collective illusion called reality. And this is where my adventure started. And I learned that it's my task to sustain these people in good well-being. The agency, they can't walk, but they can spend time nicely talking. They might create some creations, but we are not chasing. This is not a sports competition. I try to deprive them of what was a threat for me, to be liked, to be better than other people. The return to the kindergarten that I had in the Academy of Fine Art was a saving one for the way I thought. The group was developing lightly and strongly, just like the kindergarten classes. I asked them to do things that they wanted. I told them that I disliked it, but it was a thing of their choice. If they wanted to carve ashtrays, well, they wanted it. It was autonomy that I put hard. Collaboration with Artur and many artists. Przemek Matecki, it's been happening recently. What is that for you? It's a higher level, because my colleagues know what they like. They need no prod. They need no prod to create. They can do it. So we do it together, jointly, like good cooks meeting to prepare nice soup. Dorota, you were at university in Gdansk. Gdańsk has got a different tradition compared to what Kaśka mentioned. Grzegorz Kowalski School. What is contact with others for? How do you find it when you work with students? Contact with students was excellent because I discovered this pedagogical item, but the society was not right. The environment wasn't right. I aspired differently. I had a different imagination on what collaboration might be like. How can we collaborate with our partners? And it finished after 6 years. But I remember it well. These are good memories. I'm in touch with my previous students and people that I collaborated with. Speak about critical art and kind of being in present day. Let me mention this example. I was invited for Freedom Gaze 4 years ago, not here, somewhere else. It was the moment when I came to Łódź from Lublin, on my way back from Lublin. And I mentioned what happened in Lublin, but there was no punchline. So let me tell you the story now. I was invited to Lublin as part of Open City Festival. And this festival was an international one. It was curated by Paweł Leszkowicz and Tomasz Kietliński, the two curators. They invited artists from Poland and from all corners of the world. All of them delivered their projects in the space of Lublin. The edition that I was a part of in 2019 pertained to hospitality, and I referred to lack of Jewish society in the space of Lublin. I referred to scientific books by Barbara Engelking, Dariusz Libionka, Jarosław Tryczyk, and Jan Grabowski, who wrote about pogroms on Jews and the homicide of Jewish society. It was inspiration from my installation that I put in the space where Jews used to live. And I'm speaking about it because it was important in the context of what happened. It was called Judenfreien installation, Stack 101. And there were wooden welcomers, traditional ones. And welcomer near Jedwabne inspired me to create 14 welcomers in the places that witnessed pogroms of Jews. Kielce, Radom, Kraków are spectacular examples. It was like a pile to be incinerated. It was thought-provoking because the organizers were afraid that somebody would set fire to this stack. It would make the news. But after finishing, we discovered a right-wing politician that works locally who had a media show with the use of these. He invited local television, so it was fast. I know the mechanism. It was like me working on Passion a dozen or so years ago, and he wanted to sue me because he believed it was anti-Polish, as the pedagogy of shame. And this right-wing politician was Przemysław Czarnek. And after a year, this politician was one of the ruling party officers. He became a minister. So he had a media show that he fueled. There was the president who kind of related to organizers who panicked, and as a matter of fact, I had to cope with this or that way, because I was threatened by the mayors of the towns that the welcomers related to. So it pertained to the court case that I might have had. Many people didn't see the installation. The only way was the media information, but this is the mechanism that I observed before.
So, the conclusion is that that brought Czarnek to power or not? I'm asking about education because that is a change in your practice, remarkable change. Or in the case of power, it got more dynamic. The problem we are facing today about being present or absent, the condition of critical art, is the failed academization or rejection of you and Artur as academic teachers. I believe education is critical. Not just the method, this or the other. What comes out of it? Do you regret what you did? Absolutely not. I have another element in the context of fires like burning people like Radziwiłł or Jedwabne. There were no extraordinary events, but you sort of wrapped it up. Some journalists blame me for this ministerial post. For Mr. Czarnek, he gained through the media affairs, through the goal he reached at that time. Artur, if you could address this question. Critical art, well, if you speak of it as artistic practice, is it over or not? I don't know if it's going to come back or not. There used to be a division, critical attitude and its effect, that is critical art, which was the emanation and fulfillment of this critical stance. Critical art was beaten up severely. We are still being attacked by different individuals from among commentators or those who deal with art criticism. Anyway, they manage this area somehow. It dominates. It's an old idea that you should dominate so that our ideas predominate, marginalize the others. If it's the other way around, it's bad. And as far as critical art has been replaced by the market, it was simply sold as decoration that fills the space. For some time, critical attitude survived, as proven by the late Piotrowski, the short-term director of the National Museum in Warsaw, who wanted to institutionalize the critical attitude, implementing it into the National Gallery actions. The institutions of culture need to participate in political life, speak openly about politics, support political tendencies in the country, different fractions' views. It turned out it's pretty impossible, and he was quickly punished for that, dismissed soon after he died. Some people say it's a disaster of that project. It only accelerated its disappearance. And if this critical stance remained, and what you are saying is that these works come out of critical attitude, this critical attitude is now under attack. The fact that you have critical attitude to the reality, you are trying to articulate your opinion, sometimes drastic, radical, sometimes more centristic. Anyway, an opinion that has a political name, and this is the most difficult thing, to politically name what you are saying, what name it has. And if the right wing has no problems about it whatsoever, then people who are more liberal have an issue with that. And it seems to me that the situation of critical art or critical attitude is that same attitude to the world, the way how you describe the world, the will to depict it is attacked. It's the freedom, it's the liberty we talk about, that it seems to exist. I believe it doesn't exist. It's a target to attack. Perhaps not the artists, but activists working on the border are pretty beaten for that. Or directors like Agnieszka Holland, this recent example of hers, named a Nazi. It's attacking not an object, a film, and any item. It's attacking a person, attitude to the reality. So it seems to me it's pretty easy to break it. Thank you, Arthur. I believe that freedom games are here to prevent it from breaking down so easily. The critical stance, the fight for freedom should... You wanted to add something? I think that critical attitudes of artists has been taken over by activism. Artists didn't lose, but activism is far more effective and interesting than what's happening in art. Now we can't close this discussion like that. Paweł, if you could take the floor and tell us what critical art is for you, but try to be positive, please, and use the microphone. No, I'm kidding. The fact that we are arguing, we are here, and we are a noble example of artists who are ready. They know the expression techniques. Our arguments are not rude. They are nice conversations of which you may create pieces of art, like the wonderful Gaia standing somewhere in the park. That is something I would find a work of artists, not activists. They may be created in your studios. They may... These would be two brains shut down just to spend a part of your life on interesting exchange of ideas. Exchange, not fight for dominating the other party. On removing our greatest value, that is autonomy. Artists who confront their autonomies to create projects are examples to follow, and this is how I see this very meeting of ours. We have 4.5 minutes granted to a Q&A session. Time for you, ladies and gentlemen. We have the questions now. I can see all of you. I'm sorry for that. Thank you. Iwona Wyszogrodzka, my name is. I'm shaken by the situation from a couple of months ago when the Ujazdowski Palace presented a work by Wojciech Korkuć, the one withdrawn from the Lublin contest. When we create a law on freedom of expression and critical art, we create it for all of us, for ours and not ours. I had great problem to comment this. It was an awful poster presenting a negative of photograph where Putin is welcoming Tusk. They are placed in a skull. And it was a picture taken from some extreme right-wing paper. It was supposed to suggest that Putin and Tusk planned the Smolensk disaster. The point is, do you know, all of you, when you speak, that you should not forbid, prevent the expression of critical art, that it's two-blade sword, or as I should say, two-blade freedom. You are, aren't you? Next question. Question answer. Minister Gliński said in his morning talk with RMFFM that he allocates 1% of its annual budget to culture. So culture is a minor fraction. How much, in your opinion, the annual budget should be allocated to art, and which branches should be most urgently financed? It would be
okay if art
was on the first place and not some huge institutions taken over by non-professionals. Percentage? Well, I cannot say all for art because I wouldn't be able to live without other fields of culture, but it's true that there are branches that require more spending and less spending. I would certainly want to be financed as well.
So the difference between 0% and 1.5%, this is the question. We've got 1 minute 30 seconds for one question. Not a comment, but a question. We are going to go to Kalisz. Where is this sculpture? This municipal park. St. Joseph Square is where you go. It's pretty characteristic because the St. Joseph Church. There are lots of buses. Yes, there's St. Joseph Center. Past St. Joseph Church in the park, when you go in deep, when you go to the meadows, you pass by the kindergarten, stop by, because Gaia is there. I've got the mic. Thank you very much. Thank you, artists, for participation. Thank you. Sorry for shortening the comment. Artists are available after the meeting, after the transmission that has just finished.
Dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry. Pan Zbigniew Hołdys.
Zgadza się. Dla znajomych Zbyszek.
Serio? Zbyszek. Nadchodzące wybory są zbyt ważne, żeby zostawić je bez kontroli. Dołącz do obywatelskiej kontroli wyborów. Zróbmy wybory bez picu.
It's not always easy to recognize. It may look like this, or like this. It may be a burden, but it is a responsibility that we embrace nonetheless. But if it means this for one person and this for someone else, maybe it ultimately means being there for one another. It isn't handed to us, but we know where to find it. And how it feels, how it tastes, and what it sounds like when we finally have it. It means different things to different people, but for many, it means everything. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together.
Ihre Ausreise.
Jestem z zawodu lekarzem. Zajmowała się diagnostyką chorób nowotworowych.
W Białorusi zajmowałam się mikrobiologią i molekularną biologią.
Byłem nauczycielem szkoły podstawowej.
Naszym celem jest budowanie umiejętności, które są ważne na polskim rynku pracy.
Szybko nabierają takiej pewności siebie, bardzo szybko się uczą.
Wszystko możliwe, kiedy starasz się.
Każdy wybór ma swoje konsekwencje.
Dziś na kazaniu o takich jak ty mówili, że to morderczynie.
A wiesz, że ta, która ci pomogła, trafi za kraty?
Trzeba mieć sumienie.
Jak mogłaś to zrobić własnej matce?
Aborcja to najgorsza zbrodnia.
Gdybym ja podjęła taką decyzję, nie byłoby cię tutaj.
Organy państwa nie będą przyglądać się temu obojętnie.
Życie i zdrowie kobiety jest najważniejsze.
Stop kryminalizacji aborcji.
Kobieta decyduje.
Wszystko zaczęło się od króla Jagiełły. Mała Łodzia stała się miastem, które w XIX wieku rozwijało się najszybciej na świecie. W ciągu zaledwie 60 lat od powstania pierwszej manufaktury powstaje przemysłowa, wielonarodowościowa metropolia. Jednak wiatry historii nie zawsze jej sprzyjały. To, co zniszczył los, odbudowują łodzianie. Nasza Łódź. Miasto wielkich szans. Od 600 lat w sercu Polski i Europy.
Jesteśmy Polakami. Jesteśmy niezwykłym społeczeństwem. Zawsze w obliczu wielkiego wyzwania potrafimy się mobilizować. Potrafimy stawić czoła wielkim wyzwaniom. Bo nie potrafimy stać obojętnie. Bo obchodzi nas bezpieczeństwo i przyszłość naszych dzieci. Bo wierzymy, że nadzieja zwycięża apatię, lęk i strach. Bo mimo wszelkich przeciwności nigdy się nie poddajemy. Potrafimy ciężko pracować, wspierać się i działać razem. Bo zależy nam na naszej ojczyźnie, naszym osiedlu, naszej ulicy. Bo chcemy naszych niezbywalnych praw i wolności. Bo nie oddamy naszych marzeń. Nadchodzi punkt zwrotny.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is another discussion in the cultural path of Freedom Games. My name is Olga Brzezińska, and I have the pleasure of discussing cultural institutions and whatever is happening in the cultural institutions. We've got guests, and they're encouraged to bravely look into the future. The turning point at the Freedom Games. And our guest in alphabetical order, Tomek Kierenczuk, animator of culture critique, curator of social programs for many years. He worked at the International Theatre Festival Diag Wrocław. He was the program curator and artistic director, the programmer of this outstanding festival that was held biannually in Wrocław. And there is Tomek's turning point associated with this, because it was the onset of his way to Sant'Angelo, the oldest performative arts festival in Italy. He's the artistic director and he saw the second edition headed by Tomek. If you haven't planned the beginning of July next year, you should go to Emilia-Romagna Sant'Angelo. Not only Italy, not only is this wonderful atmosphere and beautiful weather, but also a wonderful festival that brings together artists from different corners of the world. Hello, Tomek. Paweł Potroczyn. The Freedom Games know them, a diplomat, manager of culture, producer since 2008 until September 2016, marking date. He was Adam Mickiewicz Institute head, one of the most important ambassadors of Polish culture abroad, the institution that is the ambassador abroad. He is a writer. You might know Paweł because of his wonderful books, like Human Thing. He made a debut, it's difficult to believe, novel of 2013, nominated to Nika and Gdynia Prize. And this year, it's a part of trilogy. It was this way, the second book, and we are waiting for more nominations. You might be encouraged to read the book. Hello, Pavel. Magdalena Sroka. The turmoil institutions makes me say she's a woman institution. She comes from Krakow, coordinator of great events, co-creator of strategic documents, policies focused on culture. It's difficult to find a person who knows more about planning and thinking, about culture and systemic solutions. Her experience and her work in Krakow 2000 office, when Krakow was the European capital of culture, this gave rise to big institution, Krakow Festival Office. Magda was responsible for. She was deputy mayor for Krakow. She won the competition for National Film Institute position of director, and she was pushed away from this institution by different forces that we are going to speak about today. Today she still works in other place. Magda's life is a part of culture, so it's always under the banner of culture. She is the president of Alvernia, and on top of that she is art director of Camera Festival, and she collaborates with Poznan's Malta Festival. It's in its turbulent time of the changes. Hello, Magda. Last but not least, Olga Wysocka, who is the culture manager and political studies scientist, PhD from the European Institute. She was dealing with populism. It is what she's interested in. She's a practitioner. She was deputy director of the Mickiewicz Institute, and she switched to Zachęta, National Arts Gallery, where she left to play some other role. She also won the competition to be the head of Warsaw Culture Institute. This is a new innovative institution that brings together scientific studies with artistic activities. Hello, Olga. I allowed myself to have this lengthy introduction to tell you what the context is, to tell you what has been happening. We are afraid of the shouts. We are worried with the shouts that we can hear in the other room. I assume that the idea of the Freedom Games is that there are many discussions on different stages, different events. So I believe that the other event is coping. We've got very important discussion here. For the last 8 years we had the turmoil, the coup d'etat. Many people were pushed outside the sector of culture for different reasons. And there's slow development of alternative culture circulation. Today's ruling party has been building their own culture. They don't love the old institutions of culture and the managers who were working until the change. We didn't decide. We decided not to complain. will be looking into the future. What can we learn from these difficult experiences and how these experiences can be carried to the future, hoping that something will change after the 15th of October. If it doesn't, what is part of our responsibility? We all have difficult experiences. Paweł Potrochin was fired, although the government, the court said that he was fired wrongfully. You were not clasped with love by the PIS ministers, Minister Gliński and the ruling party. We know your story. We know what it's like. If you could tell us what happened for you, the culture manager, and the institution that remained here. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to say that Piotr Gliński, Łódź Voivodeship MP, you've chosen him. He was knocked out in 2 courts, 3 instances. On public television he was interviewed whether it was law observance when he was fired, and he said it was not, but it was according to the Polish interest. So hubris and lack of culture, unprecedented. What is left after me being fired? Well, I'll tell you. He called me at the end of August. He said, Paweł, and I called him Piotr. I've got a suggestion for you. Please resign, and you've got a week to think it over. So I stood up and left, and returned next week. I've got a proposal for you, Piotr. Please resign. You've got a week to think that over. 15 minutes later, I had the dissolution of my employment contract. It had been pre-decided, so no risk I was running. So you discover that if the quality of people who work in the institution, integrity, their ethos, being loyal to the mission, to the state, if these qualities are high enough, you can create foolproof institution. We've been working for quite some time together with Olga. Mickiewicz, after 3 years after I was fired, realized the program I subscribed to. No shame, nothing to be afraid of. There was no didactics and this stench of, what they pushed as a party. So there's a way to make organization foolproof, but for some time only. And then there is a moment when there is a kind of commissioner. This is not natural selection or succession. Ideological officer comes and people start leaving. Those who represented integrity, ethos, professionalism, very few of them want to work. Being supervised by ideological commissioner. How to make a foolproof organization for longer than 3 years? I don't know. I'll be asking you how to provide a buffer. It was spectacular way you were fired. You had a court case, but it was different with Olga. She left on her own. But something happened in Zachęta. It started a cascade of changes. What was it like with you? What happened in the institution that you wanted to find space to do your job in some other place? There were 2 interesting instances. Interesting is the wrong word here. 2 moments when Paweł left Adam Mickiewicz Institute until me and the whole team remained tense because we didn't know what would happen with us. I'll be repeating this. Director leaving the institution bears consequences for the team and the work. Another difficult situation, private one also, it was when Hanna Wróblewska, Zachęta director, didn't know whether her employment contract would be extended. It was the tension she was a serious director. She was doing everything she had been doing before. She was programming the institution. He was designing projects. But you can feel the tension in relations. A month before the end of terms, Hanna got the information that it will not be prolonged. And there was information about the new candidate that was not consulted with the team. So it started the avalanche of situations, internal and external protests. And it was huge integration of the team. Not who does what, but how the election is done, not according to procedures. The team released official statement disagreeing to that, sending letters to the ministry. As you know, these are the letters that are filed in with no response. When the first day started, there was the new terms of office. The director was accompanied by 5 people, 5 men, we didn't know. He came and 5 people came in, and this is how the terms of office started. They were sitting behind locked doors asking for documents. So you can feel the tension that is created for the team. I was working. My role, I was deputy director of Zachęta. So not only was I part of the board, but I was responsible for a dialogue. So introduction of a new director. So there was a wall rather than introduction. I remember this day. It was packed with emotions. I can feel it. I asked Janusz Janowski, the director, why you come here with 5 foreign men and you don't talk to us? You close the door. He looked at me. You are not surprised. I came to the institution that nobody wanted to have. I wanted to have somebody to stand by me. This relation, this kind of... this is how it was confronted. It was offensive. It's not the only institution of this kind. I'm telling you about this because we'll be speaking about the future that will be there, the change, the turning point. So what this change means, what are the consequences? What are the consequences for the team, for people, for emotions, the programming, the work? Thank you very much, Olga. And Tomek, your story belongs to some kind of different domain because you were pushed away outside Wrocław Dialogue, but it didn't happen in front of cameras. It wasn't spectacular. There was no direct clash between Ministry of Culture and National Heritage. And what Paweł and Olga said about Adam Mickiewicz Institute and Zachęta Gallery, you have one more instance, one more element that creates the image, because you were on the battlefield alone. Can we say a few words about what happened in Wrocław with Dialogue?
Certainly so. I wouldn't say I was alone in the battlefield. The whole situation from Wrocław, I'll tell you about in a moment, resulted in bottom-up support for our activities. That was 2017, right after, in February, in the Teatr Powszechny in Wrocław, there was the premiere of Curse by Fritsch. I was there, and I was convinced it was one of the most important plays in Poland presented on stage. Not at that time, but at all. After the premiere, I spoke to the director of the theater. I invited the performance to the next Dialogue Festival. And before all this aggressive personal attack from the Ministry of Culture, Minister Gliński, and others, the fighting group of national right-wing parties attacking the theater, that was a radical example of restricting artistic freedom and our right to participate in culture. That happened a moment later. So, when the invitation, well, I couldn't imagine in 2017 the Dialogue Festival without that performance. And when the minister started to attack us, Oliver Fritsch, the more this play was important. It was artistic, first of all, but I also had this internal discontent to a state official to decide who can, who cannot participate in public debate. I remember Gliński's words, who said, no cultural event in which Mr. Fritsch appears can expect support from state institutions, from public monies. That is an aberration for me. We need to remember that the Minister of Culture is an official to administer public centers. Of course, he can implement cultural policy to the extent to which the governing party sees it. However, that was far too going interference. Finally, the Ministry of Culture withdrew the subsidy for the festival. That was also a typical situation for many of us, many institutions of culture, artists, curators. No decisions would get through, no money would come, no responses to our letters and inquiries. It was 4 or 5 weeks before the festival began. By incident, one official told on the phone, either we cancel Fritsch and get money, or the other way around. Then we decided that the Fritsch's play would be presented in Dialogue. We had to cancel other plays, and then the bottom-up initiative for funding started. Many institutes, activists, artists from Poland and abroad helped. We collected money, and the festival took part in the form it actually happened. But at that time, I knew that me and the managing institution of the festival would part sooner or later. It took 2 years. In fact, there was this transitory period after that edition of the festival was closed. It's difficult to speak of a success when you are part of it, but taking into consideration the media reception and the mood during the festival, it was sort of a solidarity festival. We are talking about a festival that could exist only because a group of 100 people, several hundred people decided to pay for the festival. We are talking about a public festival and an event to which some people paid 3 times through taxes, by taxes and by crowdfunding. And that was a solution, a one-off solution, which should not be repeated. And it was problematic also due to ideological views. For me, that was the only one solution at that time. And indeed, in 2019, my contract of Dialogue was not extended. For a long period, it was all suspended. I was working. I prepared another festival. I had no contract. I kept thinking we'll see what would happen. But I was pretty convinced that the festival cannot be arranged by itself. It was me then, and that's the story. How the story ended for me, and what I would like to tell you about bringing the context to the situation is that the dialogue situation is a bit problematic. For many years, it used to be one of the leading festivals in Poland and in Europe, and enjoyed really strong position. It was prepared by Krystyna Meissner, a great culture manager, a great theatrical creator, a creator of artistic events. She created contact before the festival. She built bridges between the Teatr Polski, the Western and Eastern theaters in the time of changes. And since 2017, from the last edition I curated, only happened once. It's been 6 years, and it used to happen biannually. So I keep asking myself these questions. Am I responsible for that as a result of a particular decision and placing the festival in a context? Well, I feel co-responsible for the crisis of this festival, and that the festival is going to take place next year. I believe it's going to get back to its tracks. So I'm responsible for what happened there. But if I happened in the same situation, I would have acted exactly the same way. I trust that's what festivals are for. They give visibility, they allow you to take a stance. In that very example, pretending that a play is absent, that there was no aggressive policy from the ministry against individual artists, that could not be ignored. So even if from the institution point of view, from the cultural event point of view, consequences are difficult, well, I believe that was the task of myself and my team, so that we took the stance we did. There is another aspect that was entrusted task. Just like Paweł was entrusted with Adam Mickiewicz Institute, you were entrusted with Dialogue Theatre Festival, Olga was with Zachęta, but when they do not want you, how can you actually work and take responsibility for your work? Indeed, at that time there were talks that perhaps we should perhaps you quit, perhaps it's not really what you should be doing, and I kept saying, no, I was supposed to run the festival, this is what I am doing. If my decisions are wrong for the institution, so they should make a decision. Nobody is welded to their position. And I believe this is a part of a major problem, how we see the place and role of the institutions of culture, also in a broader perspective, local policy, Polish policy. I must say, I often get back to that situation. It had lots of negative and positive consequences. Negative ones were depression for me for a year and enormous missing for the festival. On the other hand, there were positive aspects because it was a great impulse for me to move a step ahead. And because of that, I am a curator of a festival in Sant'Angelo. And I believe that the work that is absolutely necessary, and it goes on many levels, is that the work related to persuade local politicians acting at the local level and national politicians that institutions of culture are not appointed to promote a city, a region, a state. These are not institutions dealing with marketing. Our functions are different, our tasks are different, and they have to be against against the financing party. This is where I can blame myself. I didn't do the homework then. Apart from protecting the freedom of artistic freedom, I did not my diplomatic work, and because of that, my cooperation ended the way it did with Wrocław. I believe that institutions of culture and festivals in particular that operate on different bases in culture are the tools that are most precise to help to introduce change in a broad range, and introducing a change results in critical perception or may involve promoting the values which are not favorites of the financing institution. Magda, you are experienced that you gathered from different perspectives. First of all, the Polish Film Institute, that was also a pretty painful moment for you. You won the competition, and before you could spread your wings, and you did lots of things as the director, it turned out that the authority didn't love you any longer, and they found a way to get rid of you. How do you see what happened for you, to the institution, once you were pushed away? Well, there is this process of making decisions political, where using the mechanisms that are in force, gently or less gently, you turn the screw to make decisions within the spectrum of those at power. It's not that the Polish Film Institute changed in a second. The devastation process took a number of years, but just like in the case of the Adam Mickiewicz Institute, 90% of staff was replaced. Some were fired, some quit. Those who were fired won cases in the labor court, but they do not work there any longer. In the case of the Polish Film Institute, the situation is easier because it's sort of like tax authority. It redistributes money collected from payers named in the cinematography law, and the expert mechanism and those appointed to the commission are not the experts that would be most valued by the milieu, yet the structure remained intact. And that results in supporting still some good films. And as long as there is the cinematography law, we can say that it will overlive the current authority, and the restoring Polish Film Institute to its full operation after the change would be pretty easy, after changing those in charge there. It is that we should understand that the change happening now is not without the participation of people working in the institutions affected by those repercussions, but those who are not affected by them as well. As Timothy Snyder says in his Tyranny Treaty, true change and true proof that we live in an authoritarian country is when we self-censor ourselves. The point is that part of public institutions were ruined, but those who remained performed self-censorship all the time. to the larger or smaller extent. And we see how some events who showed courage are dying away, like the Malta Festival was affected by cancelling ministry subsidies. It's like a curse on a number of institutions of culture in Poland, and this is a problematic situation. That one that will always happen when you face violence. Not everybody is ready to show perhaps not courage, but courage and responsibility is mixture. Most people stay in the institutions of culture because they feel responsible for continuing the program, that they need to save the institution, therefore they should go for compromise, and because there is this higher good. So they fight with themselves in shifting borders, limits. Where is this final moment when I can say no? What else can I agree to? What can I do for my team? What can I do for the artists I cooperate with? Please remember that institutions of culture, on the one hand, are politically censored and not subsidized, but on the other hand, for 8 years, its financing has been reduced because the financing of local authorities is cut down. So that is a slow killing of spaces where you could still perform art freely and independently, because simply there is no money for culture. Again, those who work for institutions of culture are under continuous stress and pressure. Their situation is difficult, but artists' situation is far more difficult. They do not have regular income. They are sometimes without any work whatsoever, for whom the pandemic was a terrifying event and pushed many of them out of the art market. We are in a situation today where culture in Poland is on the edge, and we are in a situation where we can lose our language, our voice, our right to express, right to create. Situation when we see that we demotivated the media of art people, that it will never get restored, at least for a long time. This is something we need to be aware of, that we are the people who not just work for the institutions of culture, but we create art. We owe basic solidarity to artists, and we need to think on making decisions from that perspective. If we do not save those people, if we do not create conditions for them to work and create, we will lose our identity as a nation. Devastation, apart from the examples you have quoted, took place on different levels and in many different institutions, also in Łódź. You could find the Museum of Modern Art, but you will remember the fight for the exhibition in the Museum of the Second World War and many others that contribute to this gloomy image. But it is not our task to leave you with that dark picture, the gloomy image. That it is supposed to make us aware. This is the milieu we're in. This is what we can see. But the question to which we should find a response is the question how we can stop further devastation. Snyder, as you referred in his treaty on tyranny, says defend institutions. We are enhancing the concept of institutions here. We also speak about festivals, which formally are not institutions. They sometimes do not have even legal entity. They get it through the organizers. But this is the issue of certain entities we need to defend, because they also give opportunities for the art and people of art to exist. So we need to be ready for two possibilities: that the 15th of October would be the turning point in the positive way, or a turning point going down the slide. What is in our hands? What can we do to prevent the devastation as long as we can begin restoration?
Paweł? What can we do? We can fuck peace away. This is the only thing that comes to my mind. Don't stop yourself. Use this language if you wish. Cultural? I've already been cultural and cultivated. These are troglodytes, and I have no breaks describing them. Mickiewicz Institute that I started to be responsible for in 2008, I found a way to remove political side of the organization. But in Poland, it happens the Mrożek or Gombrowicz way. You politicize it at maximum. I invited 3 previous prime ministers from different options. And if there was a politician who wanted to be a curator saying that this is a better artist or worse artist, I talked to my council, and it did the job. To free them from politics. It's my personal success that I persuaded out Mr. Zdrojewski of being a curator. He believed that it's painful for the culture and for the authorities. This is why there were 8 years that were good for Mickiewicz Institute. And the second thing that enhances the institution after the elections. You will agree with me, the minimum period of time in culture is 3 years, the shortest perspective. So what are 4-year contracts? It's nonsense. So it's the first thing. It should be indexed with the number of people, budget of the institution. But the contracts of leaders should be longer, so that you see the cultural cycles. I'll tell you something. It won't be politically correct or popular even. I'm an opponent of competitions. I don't know what it's like. Did you have any opponents in the competition? It was one search. I was hoping to become the director of one institution. There were 21 people, and I was in final 3, and I don't know anything about the other ones. We wrote a script for the Ministry of Culture, how to do this kind of competition, to have headhunters that are competent, that are not politically associated. Until it is not anonymous, many competent and engaged opinion-making people will not become a part of the competition. Look at the market value of a guy who loses this competition. His price drops by half. Good if it is by half. This is one remark. The other, competitions. You know, it's like fighting against the horse. All this is just a gimmick. If we don't enhance competition institutions by enhancing the leader's position, if we don't recruit the best, we should start with anonymous search rather than open competition. And intellectual property protection is none. So if you win the competition, you can take the documents of others and you can create your own, inverted commas, proprietary program. Something that we are all facing, people who are involved and active. 3-dimensional crisis of trust. You lose trust to an institution because it can be colonized. They easily start political negotiations because they are robbed. I have a feeling that we are in the crisis of trust for creators, because some of them were easily corrupted and some of them were not shouting loud enough. These two crises may result in something that is the greatest strategic threat for this community, crisis of trust for culture, a total collapse, lack of trust for culture that is supposed to be a toolbox designed to understand and change the world. This is the biggest threat. Fighting lack of trust is the most important task after winning elections. Speaking about trust, we would see the touch points, but I'd give chance to Tomek Magda to refer to this proposition that caused controversies because all three of them were the result of the competition when they took their offices. Your body language showed me that you wanted to add something. Let me be precise. Paweł is pretty precise. It's not the idea of the competition. Competitions are based on the bylaws of the Ministry of Culture and National Heritage. It's obsolete and it pauperizes people. The principles to choose internal structures result in the fact that the people who are in competition don't have enough competences to make this selection. These are not professional bodies. And Paweł's postulate is not about giving this function to the minister who's got a vision, crystal ball, a group of friends. The idea of competition, yes, but based on professional tools where you clearly describe the competences of the person who's supposed to become a leader, rights and duties, rights boiled down to the minimum of budget for program activities. Competitions in Poland, as Paweł said, these are just gimmick. Sometimes they're professional, but it happens rarely. There is no tool that is good enough to guarantee transparency of competitions. If this tool is created, it is not difficult. We'll all be proponents of competitions. Your experience was not a gimmick, not a fight with a horse. Multi-phase competition where all the willing people had the chance to take part in an open competition. This postulate for competitions that would staunch the institutions. How do you think about it? It's because of my experience, but ideologically, the competition that I took part in, there was the last phase when I thought I'd like to win. Even if I don't win, it was quite a constructive experience. It continued for a year since I sent the application. It showed how complex it was and characteristic way of Italian acting. They don't stick to different deadlines, but it was in-depth process. Since the first proposal, the first shortlist, the meeting with the festival board, second shortlist, meeting with external specialists, and then further meeting with the board, another shortlist. So, phases were numerous. What is the problem in Poland is the fact that the way the competition is carried out is pretty conservative. It petrifies the cultural institutions. You are not open to experts, to external experts. Everything is happening in the group of the same people and institutions. So competitions, what kind of functions do you want to have for an institution? And there is a basic function for the institution to support progressive streams and instilling change. I was the result of the competition. I'm a director of the observatory, and I believe that competitions are important if the right procedures and tools that offer you broad perspective and support of professionals. Warsaw Observatory is the Deloitte of culture. We observe what is happening in Poland and in foreign countries. When you look at how the milieux work, you mentioned this, Magda. We speak about institutions and teams, but we speak about artistic ones that operate, that realize projects, that entered a different phase. If institutions are closed for specific environments, they look for different forms of financing, of expression. So this is how the world is changing. We observe new artistic ways, how cultural institutions change, how they should be managed. There are social institutions models, the ones that provide the answer to the change that is happening, social change that you can see in the world. So institutions and hierarchical forms of collaboration are obsolete today. We are speaking about new models that we are learning, we are experimenting. Tomek, you mentioned collective management. This is an experiment in many institutions, and we are in the experiment phase. What are we going to wake up on the 16th of October? I don't know. We've got a magic pen that marks our choice. It's not the 15th only. Every day we make individual choices on what kind of decisions we make. There are two options. One option, we wake up in the world, we don't know what it looks like, but it can be organized anew. But the question is how to organize it anew. What does it mean? We've got the new Prime Minister, collects ministers, and the Minister of Culture is supposed to do what? There are double institutions, different models. This is a huge challenge, but this is not a task for us. What is a task for us? To perceive all the things that are happening and to support them. If somebody invited me to co-create a program, I would see the map of today's situation. What are the bearings? What is the potential? How to give option for artists so that they develop. There's room for creation. It is not the institution only. This is the possibility of creating grants and all the things that support creative activity is the basis for finances. Depoliticization of the framework because there are artists and support for the sector of culture. So this is to everybody who will be the wielder of power. And there's a great call. What is the objective for the 5, 10, 15 years to come? What's the vision? What's the mission of the culture sector, of the state? What is the state supposed to look like? Let's see it comprehensively. The quality of life are connected. I called it up during the panel. Living in a democratic system, we should remember Jacek Skuroń's words, who said we won't be managed better than we deserve it. So everybody has got part of the responsibility in their heads. I've got a feeling that what we are doing here is the introduction to serious talk that needs to develop in new directions. Not only should we be cross, though anger is justified, we shouldn't be only describing the reality in culture. We should have a fresh eye. We've got 1 minute 15 seconds. Time disciplined. I'm going to be an iron lady. So, Olga, I don't know how to understand what you said. We've got a list of ministers of cultures to be. The first thing, the bare minimum that you would do if you became the Minister of Culture, or you were the main advisor of the Minister of Culture, what would that be? The first bare minimum. something that wouldn't take 5 years, something that is visible out now. Recruitment of leader would be reformed. Waldek Dąbrowski, National Opera, is not a result of competition and is a good director. Raczyński, the director of Nina, is not the result of competition. Gauden, the Book Institute, they were chucked away by Gliński. Sielniewicz, the best 8 years of Łazienki Museum. Paweł, your voice? Changed recruitment principles for managers. Tomek? I would increase the grant competitions means I would create the expert system and strategic points assigning system which made the granting process non-transparent and political decisions can be made. We should have expert systems. And greater participations of NGO and cultural education activities outside big cities. Tomek, great. It's great, it resonates. Magda Sroka. And artist as a profession. Reprography payment and earmarking some national bank's income to finance culture with rehabilitation of listed buildings and monuments, and it's enough. I've got a lot list. There are ideas. Olga Wysocka. The act on status of the artist. Yes. There are 2 candidates. I can see at least 4 candidates. Ladies and gentlemen, you can put it in writing, you can prepare a ready-made program for future experts, problem focused. There needs to be an act on local media. And without supporting from financial institutions, we won't be able to do that. I hope that what you've heard, you will support on the 15th of October. On the 16th, no matter what kind of context we're in, still it will be our country, our job. We cannot live without culture, we cannot cope with any challenge. Many thanks to our guests. Olga Wysocka, Magda Sroka, Tomek Pirenczuk, Del Teatry Festival and Paweł Potoroczan. Thank you very much. Olga Brzezińska had the pleasure of hosting these wonderful guests. Thank you, see you.
Jestem z zawodu lekarzem, zajmowałam się diagnostyką chorób nowotworowych.
W Białorusi zajmowałam się mikrobiologią i molekularną biologią.
Byłem nauczycielem szkoły podstawowej.
Naszym celem jest budowanie umiejętności, które są ważne na polskim rynku pracy.
Szybko nabierają takiej pewności siebie, bardzo szybko się uczą.
Wszystko możliwe, kiedy starasz się.
It's not always easy to recognize. It may look like this, or like this. It may be a burden, but it is a responsibility that we embrace nonetheless. But if it means this for one person and this for someone else, maybe it ultimately means being there for one another. It isn't handed to us, but we know where to find it and how it feels, how it tastes, and what it sounds like when we finally have it. It means different things to different people, but for many, it means everything. And if we all fight for it, It will eventually bring us together.
Freunde, Ihre Ausreise.
Każdy wybór ma swoje konsekwencje.
Dziś na kazaniu o takich jak ty mówili, że to morderczynie.
A wiesz, że ta, która ci pomogła, trafi za kraty?
Trzeba mieć sumienie.
Jak mogłaś to zrobić własnej matce?
Aborcja to najgorsza zbrodnia.
Gdybym ja podjęła taką decyzję, nie byłoby cię tutaj.
Organy państwa nie będą przyglądać się temu obojętnie.
Życie i zdrowie kobiety jest najważniejsze.
Stop kryminalizacji aborcji. Kobieta decyduje.
Dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry. Pan Zbigniew Hołdys.
Zgadza się. Dla znajomych Zbyszek.
Serio? Zbyszek. Nadchodzące wybory są zbyt ważne, żeby zostawić je bez kontroli. Dołącz do obywatelskiej kontroli wyborów. Zróbmy wybory bez picu.
Wszystko zaczęło się od króla Jagiełły. Mała Łodzia stała się miastem, które w XIX wieku rozwijało się najszybciej na świecie. W ciągu zaledwie 60 lat od powstania pierwszej manufaktury powstaje przemysłowa, wielonarodowościowa metropolia. Jednak wiatry historii nie zawsze jej sprzyjały. To, co zniszczył los, odbudowują łodzianie. Nasza Łódź. Miasto wielkich szans. Od 600 lat w sercu Polski i Europy.
Jesteśmy Polakami. Jesteśmy niezwykłym społeczeństwem. Zawsze w obliczu wielkiego wyzwania potrafimy się mobilizować. Potrafimy stawić czoła wielkim wyzwaniom. Bo nie potrafimy stać obojętnie. Bo obchodzi nas bezpieczeństwo i przyszłość naszych dzieci. Bo wierzymy, że nadzieja zwycięża apatię, lęk i strach. Bo mimo wszelkich przeciwności nigdy się nie poddajemy. Potrafimy ciężko pracować, wspierać się i działać razem. Bo zależy nam na naszej ojczyźnie, naszym osiedlu, naszej ulicy. Bo chcemy naszych niezbywalnych praw i wolności. Bo nie oddamy naszych marzeń. Nadchodzi punkt zwrotny.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to this panel. My name is Anna Materska-Sosnowska, and I'm acting as the person who was in charge of the Batory Foundation report. And together with my guests and authors of this report, to present you the Index of Self-Governance based on data from 2022. This is a promotion of this report. Should you be interested in it, right at the entry you will find the report. Feel free. It's another index prepared by the foundation. In a moment you will hear about it from Professor Marta Lachowska from the Warsaw University. So she is the main co-author of the work. Next to me there is Professor Adam Gędźwił, co-author of this report. There are renowned representatives of local authorities who will criticize our work. Namely, I've just lost slip with the names. Let me then welcome there it is. Let me welcome Adam Łukasz Konarski, Deputy Mayor of the city of Zawiercie. Sorry, the Mayor of Zawiercie. Then Joanna Wąskleta, the Mayoress of Pawunków Municipality. We have this nice feminative mayoress here, and the first deputy mayor of Łódź, Mr. Adam Pustelnik. Thank you for your hospitality. A round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, well, I'd like to invite Ms. Laskowska to deliver the report. It may be far more comfortable for you if we leave the stage for a moment to reveal the screen for the audience, but as the saying goes, we'll be back.
Rozumiem, że teraz ja tam.
I understand. I take the control now. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure and honor to me to present the outcome of the work of a 5-person team. The names are hidden behind the chair, say for mine, but we are an interdisciplinary team, a lawyer, economist, sociologist, and me, geographist, dealing with local authorities. And in the beginning of this year, we developed a tool to measure the level of local autonomy, municipalities and county cities. We first carried out the research for 2014 and 2022, and what you've just 21, and what you are going to see is what we have done for the data of 2022. Initially, I would like to present the index for those of you who didn't follow the first edition. I decided to Can you see now? Perfect. Once again, I hope the clicker reaches. So we have the 3 or 4 components of what we were trying to investigate, and that is important because our research resulted from observations. You can find anecdotic. Something has changed here. We had Wody Polskie established, the curator has more authority, and those fragmentary components that put together the image of reducing local authority, reducing decentralization, needed to be taken in systemic frameworks and see how that all together gives the overall level of local autonomy. That's why we see so many components in here. We had a look at tasks. We looked at finances. And in financing, we took into consideration the structure, that is, how far local authorities can decide how they can spend the money. It's not merely the size, but also own income against dedicated money. And 2 interesting elements that we took them at all here: political strength, which is an indicator, shows how far the local authorities are treated in partnership, how far their opinion is considered for legislation. We have this Commission of the Government and Local Governments, and how far customer-centric, or to the contrary, the central money is distributed. Last item is the systemic strength, which is how local authority is fitted into the system, into the state system. We also took into consideration the supervision quality of a local authority. We mean here local governors. All that was milled and calculated. You can see that finance and task potential is 50% of the value. Political force and systemic force contribute further 50% in halves. What we had in the initial 7-8 years was a curious image that shows very well how recentralization looks in Poland. It's in white gloves. If you look at tasks and finances, the change of that index, which goes between 0 and 100, is not large. A couple of percent in tasks, 11% in finance, a bit more in the systemic strength, and what is interesting, the political strength, how subjectivity of treating the local authority goes very low by 50% compared to 2014. What happened when we added onto that the data from 2022 sort of confirmed the trend. In finance and tasks, we recorded no change during that year, which means there were none. There were some minor. You can read the report in detail, but what was strongly recorded is again the change in the political strength. It has dropped significantly if you consider it's only 1 year. So a very moving picture. Systemic strength was mainly the supervision of governors that is being enhanced. So this is the image of the components we tested. What did we get in total? After calculating and recalculating, we have a drastic drop, and its pace of falling is increasing. When you look at the scale of the academic assessment in 2014, it wasn't excellent. It was an indicator that in the context of a perfect situation can reach 100, and we were pretty far away from that. But it would be a good B grade, I should say. In the 7 years, we went down by 18 percentage points, and in the year's time, for another 4 percentage points, we are at the edge of pass credit, just half with a minimum above it. It sounds alarming and interesting in terms of research, because the different components creating the autonomy were included. One more thing, we will talk. You've heard about the increasing pace of falling autonomy. We can skip this, but as I told you, I'm in a rush. I'm losing my breath. That's just because of the misclicking clicker. And I think it may be a good idea to have a closer look at some components that look interesting. In this jigsaw puzzle, you can speak of different tasks, as you could see in the previous slide. But what is also very, very important is the financial aspect. And it is fascinating that in the past year, the change in the financing index was not recorded. That doesn't mean they were not there, but they were annulling en bloc. The revenue at the local authorities' disposal decreased. That also decreased because if we see at the share of local authority spendings in the state budget, but the change was in favor of local autonomy. Different subsidies and transfers were falling faster than own income. So the share of own income went up in the smaller cake. And that's why in total the indicator remained intact. That shows that this is an extremely complex phenomenon which, despite such extended methodology, may be ignored. We also worked out the financial autonomy index calculated from the total that could be differentiated for municipalities. And we see that in the western regions is a bit better than in the eastern regions. The image is highly differentiated. You will see it soon on our website. It would be clickable and you can go further into detail. What is also interesting is to see the political strength component, that is subjective treatment of local authorities. It's worth noting how different compositions of the parliament treated the joint committee of the government and local governments. You will see percentage, well, 100% all acts of law regarding local authority, and it's our expert opinion if one affects local authority or not. What interesting happened is line in the middle that shows something that shouldn't happen. That means processing a government project regarding local government without sending it to the joint committee is 1/3 of all the laws finally adopted regarding local governance. Well, formally it's against the law. And now we are in 1/3 of all acts. The two other lines, the first and third, stay the same, more or less. There are different fluctuations, but there are methods to pass by the joint committee, processing law as the MP's project, and it doesn't have to be referred to the committee. Sometimes there are situations where, despite a negative opinion, the law is approved. This is quantitative, and we can discuss how the laws were forced, and there were numerous doubts about it. I recommend reading the report in detail, where you will find important details. And one more, this is the last thing I need to tell you. This is the growth of supervision. How many governmental governance decisions were waived by the provincial administrative courts, whether these decisions were political or substantive. And we believe if more and more decisions taken by governors, 90% of that make governors and 10% accounting chamber, it is increasing. We have a growing percentage. It's almost 1/3 of all the decisions by the government is waived, deemed wrongly passed. Last but not least, we have the phenomenon which for regular citizens is difficult to detect, those shifts in income structure for the local government, in different fragments of public tasks shifted between different levels of governments are hard to detect. The legislative path and where it is shifted, well, this is highly complex. We name it recentralization with white gloves on, or something deeply hidden, which you can see in international comparisons. Polish local governance index from top in 2013 is in mid-40s in last year. I invite you to the report in detail. Thank you very much.
Bardzo dziękuję za dyscyplinę czasową. Zapraszam Państwa.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being time disciplined. Thank you for presenting this in a hurry. Other speakers are invited. I know how it feels Thank you very much for setting this up again. Madam Professor is going to take a breath. For the time being, the floor goes to local governors. What's your perception? I know that you are facing this on a daily basis. In your budgets, in your decisions, how would you refer to this? What's your take on this in a more methodological way? It's not presented in detailed percents on daily basis. Recentralization, white gloves, ladies first. Yeah, the mayor ordered that. I could see that. I had the pleasure of being a part of the first index presentation in Sopot, and it was broader at that time. The second part shows you the constant trend, something that we've observed. Finances, because you started with this. There be no consent between me and the mayors, because mayors of citizen towns say more personal income tax, but it's not a solution. No, for increasing personal income tax. Referring to the map that you showed, my commune in Silesia has the presentation of Excel file. This is the wealthiness index of cities, towns and communes. We are in a rich region. We were third from bottom in this index. We were third poorest in Silesia region. We are a bit up, number 8 from the end. It's bluish that we are marked with, so our finances are stable. Being stable doesn't mean okay, it's low. It's low enough that it doesn't change. So as every index shows, it's been measured, but we need to remember how to interpret the bars and how to compare them. I don't know how much time I have, so that everybody's got the possibility to air out opinions. No more about finances. I'd like to speak about the power of the system. There was the decline, not that big. In the case of the decision waived by the administrative courts and the regional recall chamber, there would be more if there were more people employed in local governments to charge them, because there are many decisions we disagree with the majority, but we don't have money and time to sue them because it takes time to charge the decisions. Sometimes, if there are small, minutiae changes, we do our job, but if we were a bigger one, we would charge some of these and have proceeding in administrative court. We don't do that because of lack of time. Mayor. Local government, can you carry out the task that you've been created for? And reflection of Madam Professor showed. Speaking about tasks, we've got the tasks in the Act and we need to deliver on them, no matter whether we've got financial resources or not. We are worried about this because personal income tax resources are more and more limited. Ongoing expenditure is the task that we care most about compared to the developmental ones. We get printed sheets of paper with different co-financing, and we have to think twice whether we should pick them up, whether we are able to deliver the investments they give the money from the Polish order, to think about the new European perspective. We need to have our own financial contribution. Can we afford it? I pick up any kind of plugs because I'm a proponent of recycling. We reuse them in a different way. We have different ideas. Not everybody is happy with what we do with them. Speaking about institutions, legal supervisions, supervision of Silesia Voivod, governor, it varies. Sometimes it might be funny, because we might be surprised that similar rulings are waived, but we don't know how they should be corrected because there are no guidelines. So sometimes this is trial and error scheme. I understand how the voivod acts, how the governor acts, because in the previous terms of office they waived fewer decisions. Now there are many. So the National Chamber of Audit requested more controls. Are you done? I can speak at length. But we can see that Mayor is also willing to talk. A comment outside microphone. We cannot hear it in the booth. We do apologize. Sorry. Let's have a second round. Mayor?
Tak, panie prezydencie, przekażemy od razu.
To jestem tytułem naukowym. So how about the scientific side?
Ale doktorka.
Doctor. I was going to ask you discreetly. No, I'm a teacher, so I have to say it out loud. So let's be more precise. What the mayor said, you need to carry out the tasks. It's in the act. But I'm speaking real and feasible activities. Do you have to try hard to deliver it and how to shift it? I'm not speaking about the financial resources, but perspectives. How to instill, how to revigorate the city, how to use it. What's your reflection? Ladies and gentlemen, I don't have the prescription set. If I had a magic spell, I would have used it and I would be victorious and famous all over Europe for doing great things. For the time being, it hasn't been so. Speaking about the tendencies that you have shown in the report, they are difficult to discuss. So let me start with strategy rather than tactics. 15, 16, 3.3%. It's important, but secondary. What is fundamental is the change in Polish policy at the strategic level, and nobody was concealing it. This change is targeted at two things, or even more, but two are fundamental to my liking. First, brutal centralization or brutal speed, the first thing, and the second, finance provision from the central perspective. It goes to the groups that are political or electoral backup for the ruling party at the cost of the segments that are not this kind of backup. You can see it in the context of personal income tax and many other projects. Result is systemic function is changed into door handle procedure. If you want to get subsidies, you need to know which door handle to press. You have to have friends in the ministry, and it's arbitrary decision. It's not a systemic decision any longer. It's not systemic, and it's arbitrary decision. depending on the political decision. Assuming that political decisions are to my benefit, but it's a change of philosophy still. Even if I had lots of minister friends, if we represented the same political group, let's think science fiction for a moment, but it remains as a systemic change. All the checks, I don't know whether you were speaking about the checks that the politicians come with, they are financed from targeted funds. COVID, a demographic reserve, a road fund. All these kind of fire brigade units, voluntary services, common houses. This is arbitrary. And these were specific funds that were created for some other purpose. And you can build a school, and there is a ring road of Suwałki, or even something more exotic. These things were systemic. Now it's political and arbitrary. So without juggling cases and percentage, you can feel and see centralization. It's cruel. Local governments are more operational rather than central offices. I used to work in 2 ministries as a young guy, different tasks. There's more politics, and these operational tasks are more difficult because we are short of money. Public services is the resultant of amount of money. Less money earmarked, the more difficult it is. Mayor, thank you. You both said that it is patching up and there is no vision for the future, how to develop it. You need to deliver it here and now, and you have to think how to make both ends meet. If we don't look into the future, if we don't think about development, it's difficult to speak about advancement. Professor, how do you see it? Thank you very much. I'm not the co-author of the report. It's a pity. It's a very important source. We'll be using this. We, local government researchers, I'm looking for an external perspective. It's important to monitor the changes, especially when they skip your notice. Not always are they presented in front of the cameras in the limelight. So monitoring is very important. The fact that it's cyclical, it's a great value. I wanted to start by saying that if we want to have a democratic state, liberal democracy requires local government. We need to have local authorities. It is needed to exercise democracy at its fullest, because it smashes the monopoly of the central government. An efficient way to deliver local public services which are in line with the local environment's needs. There is more self-governance, but I'm indicating the most important ones. If we lose local democracy, if the index declines, it will be more difficult to meet the goals. Our country will work in an inferior way. My favorite part of the report shows the attitude of central government to local governments. One was reverberated. It's a caricature. You know, they give cardboard box checks. Local government people have to thank, so they behave like clients, thanking those who bring in the check, and there's a recipient and a giver. And another one, public means distribution system. This is our joint means. 40 billion zlotys was given as targeted funds 5 anonymous people created a committee that provided grants, and Prime Minister, who was authorized to change the decision, assessed 7,000 applications from local governments and selected the ones that deserve financing. It's anonymous composition, so you couldn't be informed who is on board. So it shows what we reached. It illustrates not only the relations between local governments and the central government, but also shows how the state that is peace governed operates, how it distributes central resources, public resources. We started speaking about the future. I pilot and coordinate experts team in Battery Foundation and practitioners working on specific solutions. What should be done for local governments to be protected against erosion, even if self-government was not destroyed at full. But returning to state before 2015 is not sufficient. You see that it might have been dismantled. And there are 3 important pillars. First, recovery of finances, own incomes of local governments. They need to be financially autonomous. If they are not, they are the recipients and the checks are given by the central level government. It's not fair if communes cannot invest to meet the needs, local environment's needs, and they need to open the handles begging for money. Second, destroy the broken local governments, that it's incoherent. This kind of supervision turned out to be inefficient. And voivodes should not be responsible, not the voivode's office that is political, but its philosophy of supervision, what the central level government can waive when a local government decides about something. And there was a total erosion of competence of local governments. The provision that local governments are responsible for anything that we do not decide about at a higher level. And the last thing, the Joint Government and Local Government Committee as the way to air out opinion on lawmaking process. 40% of acts are bypassed. There is no joint assessment of common committee, and governments have to deliver on that. So we need to strengthen the local government's voice, even at the MP path, as they call it, because this is the fast track for accepting acts without consulting them.
Thank you very much indeed. Adam has swiftly moved to the next questions I've prepared for you. How to restore independence and efficiency to local government. The client attitude in Poland is like the cancer in the state. Weakness of law creation, not only local governance law, but generally central legislation level is poor. How, if you had this magic wand you've mentioned before, how would you use it? Where can you see the key points to restore? I would find 2 such elements. The first one is stabilizing the legal situation, including the reform of local authorities. The recent reform, we know its defects, like counties. I believe now that counties do not help people, but try to build problems to people and municipal authorities. Obviously, it's different in different places, but that's the issue of politics. So would you remove counties, flatten the structure? Yes, that's very true. Well, the original reform had very good assumptions, but during legislation, it was actually spoiled. More regions, more counties, more municipalities. In the current situation, where most of the issues can be solved by the internet online, it's not necessary. And municipalities, well, the competences of counties could be split between the marshal and mayors of municipalities to facilitate them truly quickly and close to people. Well, you need to include the share of competences and division of financing. You need to rebuild the system from scratch. After deep analysis, what works wrong, what doesn't work at all. The other element is more of a social issue. People, electorate. I believe that civic education didn't go the good way. We could say it was gone. We see no effects of it. Because people accept what they are told on the television. They're not critical. And this is something we should be teaching from the very early age. And there I can see a great job for all of us, the government, local governments, the parliament, to build education again and engage inhabitants in their lives. We know there are civic budgets, there are activities among village councils where it should work okay, but I feel it doesn't work well. I don't know if Asha agrees with me. So the issues of social civic education would come first for me. What depends on politicians should be implemented ASAP. Thank you, Mayoress. I've been thinking your question about differently. Let me speak about people's involvement. All of us, you here, we, local authorities, are responsible for civic education at each and every level. And this is the tool that in the future could spark some hope in us. Because if you are involved and members of our families and the society is engaged and it has knowledge what depends on the mayor, on the county mayor, on the MP, we would be able to rationally speak of what's happening and evaluate it. A necessary component for it is openness and clarity. But there was this panel on populists. My municipality counts 6,500 people. But we also have populist opinions. It doesn't matter if there is enough money, it must sound okay, it must look okay on the Facebook. And that is a great challenge for me. I've spoken about it, facing this strange mentality where a person comes to any office and wants the law enforced. That's okay. But if we enforce any law against them, this mentality goes in. If somebody steals my cow, it's bad. If I steal somebody's cow, it's okay. And if we are the customer to the county authority, or we have clients, or on this parliamentary level, it goes like that. If we want to get something, we take every effort. The other way around, it doesn't go that easy. We all should take care to make our activities transparent. I live in a county where the county mayor was fined with 5,000 zlotys for not providing public information, not disclosing it. And this is a cancer which, regardless of your political opinions and whichever authority is at power is in our country. We need to think whether the local governments really works well. There are different opinions. If we asked you about 2 terms requirement, I do support it. If somebody is good enough, they can make it in 2 terms at office, but people have different approaches and they can arrange different things in different places. Before me, we had a mayor for 28 years. I believe if I was a mayor for 28 years, it would be disastrous as well. So please remember, let us take care so that the tools are adapted in such a way that the party system does not disturb our activities. Terminating counties, why not? I would go for it. Just one issue that I need to dispute, but that's the teacher in me. I would be very, very cautious with criticizing parties. We will never have good central parties if we have no bottom-up. Perhaps it sounded bad. I'm not criticized parties. I want a system that would be resilient to party attitudes. That's the citizens' approach. In terms of parties, we have a system of parties built from top to bottom, and to the best of my understanding, parties should represent its members. Well, we may discuss why parties are built that way. Mr. Mayor, your wand. Madam. What other speakers have already said? Not much can be added, but I concur that the criticism of parties is not okay. It's very fashionable to criticize parties, but without a party. I do not belong to any party, but generally I need to admit that the parties have their role to play. If I had this magic wand, acknowledging the need of parties in the public system, I would minimize the local politics. Why? It's okay, we have different bodies that impact the Polish system of check and balance, but it's dysfunctional in Poland in the meaning that a large proportion of technical decisions that have nothing to do with ideology, politics, like roads, building permits, daily bread of a local government. There is no great debate, liberalism, conservatism. It's not the field. If you look at my daily agenda, I review numbers, reports, I meet groups of people who report to me, and they talk about the jobs. That's technical. We do not discuss the state philosophy. There is no space for it. We discuss how to refurbish, how to arrange money for waste management, heart management. All these elements are more and more influenced by politics in the past 7-8 years. If something is needed, objectively required, and the governor will see a field to block it because there is some political potential, okay, he will veto some zoning plan or some other authority in charge of allocating money. Well, let's move the money to the municipality from my political option, and you can multiply such examples. You cannot remove it systemically, but you can try to reduce it. Ever since the Polish state has been existing, it's never been perfect, and some things have never been so bright. Another thing is the issue of finance. With all the cuts, you cannot explain many things to people. It's so complex. And with this polarized debate, public discussions, emotions act far more than the program. I have had 75 meetings during 5 years of my deputy president's term, deputy mayor term, and where there were emotional topics, and I show the slide of tax pyramid. I talk about the pit, the free amount. It's difficult to discuss because the discussion is dominated by emotions. Emotions are very difficult to control, and changing regular money streams and arbitrary subsidies is one of the biggest pathologies. Even if the money is in total smaller, but certain, guaranteed, and we have fixed frames, not thinking how much we get from the result, how much do we get from the motion, it will be far easier, because the existence and operations of a city or of the municipality, whichever region you choose, is not truly romantic, but harsh operational realia. The systemic changes make the role of politics enormous, which it didn't used to be like that. For instance, the governor in everyday conversation is considered to be local authority. It's wrong. He is delegated by the government. He's nominated by the Prime Minister or the Minister of Interior. He's a representative of the government, and he's in systemic clash with each mayor of regional city. In Poland we have over 100 cities where we have the president by Polish, and the government only have only 3 mayors in those cities are from the current government party. Nevertheless, it's 4 or 5, 4.5. The point is, they are in drastic minority. Majority of cities are apart, and all regional capitals, save Katowice, but they are coming back to normal. They are all in the systemic collision with the governing party, and you can see that in all the policies. If I had this magic wand, I would put more objectivism and less arbitrary decisions, even if the money is smaller but certain. So not just systemic changes, but removing this client approach, this begging. That's awful, and it has escalated. This magic word, arrange, manage. He managed. Adam talked to Rysiek, he can manage anything. This shouldn't work like this. Even if he arranges or manages in a municipality like mine, it's difficult to run the project, not just because you do not have your own contributions, because you cannot process the money if you don't know it. We cannot spend, we cannot have current spendings above current income. Current income is either stable or dropping, and current income is for hiring people. We cannot hire more people because we have no money to pay, and the basic wages will go up next year, so we cannot hire more people. Whoever works with us is overworked. Work too much. We do what we can, still worried that the money can be lost, but it's at the expense of people. We cannot hire more staff. The mayor mentioned about polarization. I think it's not just the issue of polarization, but it's far more serious. It's post-truth period. If we do not use the truth, we go for emotions in management, transferring information, and this post-truth eliminates the controlling media. We are back to item 1. Professor, what about your conclusions? Your task is difficult. Together with the professor, you need to sum it up to get some optimism. Optimistically. I must say, thank you very much for your opinions. It was very valuable, and I enjoyed listening to them. They contributed to different things we verify from behind our desks. I wanted to start in general because Adam started talking about how to fix, and it would be our leap forward into the future and think what we can do with this very sad diagnosis. I also run research that verifies what local authorities say to that, how they react to the centralization pressure in different local governments, and what we hear is this great question: who's supposed to defend local governments? Who in the state is supposed to fight to restore this, not the other, financing system, controlling system? This is the key question for us. The question is who can carry that. Adam, 10 seconds for you. What's optimistic? We still have people from local governments devoted to local communities, and a round of applause for them. Thank you for the report on behalf of the Batory Foundation. Thank you for your presence, especially to Mr. Mayor, due to known reasons, and invite you to discuss further in the lobby.
Jestem z zawodu lekarzem, zajmowała się diagnostyką chorób nowotworowych.
W Białorusi zajmowałam się mikrobiologią.
This is my dream to culminate the Freedom Games. I'm going to start as I had planned. For the last 8 years, Poles, and we can have 3 dots, Poles, men and women, like us here, have been looking at the decomposition of the rule of law in our country. Our democracy was getting further away. I like this democratic table comparison that needs to stand on the number of legs like free courts, free media, independent media and universities, free choice. You cut down one of the legs and we have the table turned or collapsed. If it is not collapsing, so for the beginning, anything that is on the table lands on the floor, produces great mess. 8 years are the years of consecutive warning signs, red flags, which said, wake up. Something bad is happening. We are looking for many solutions. We, in the sense of NGOs, citizens, we are looking, and we find some of these. In the incubator, there was no agreement with regards to all the solutions proposed, but it brought together a group of outstanding people. Not always these people stand on the same side, but these people are connected by the values and the care for the good of Poland. We have a reverse situation. We don't have Professor Ackerman. Care for well-being of Poland. How do you understand it? This is my first question. It's the first time I answer your question. I like being here, and I hope Professor Ackerman will be joining us. These are basic needs that we are guided by, and I think these are joint needs of all the people, vast majority of people. On the one hand, the necessity to create equal field for everybody to play on. It's very difficult, but the fact that it is difficult does not mean that we should give up on that, having the knowledge we have. We, Poles, know how to create equal field, play field. We know it's starting since 1978, and we know where mistakes are. We've got good and bad examples to relate to. One of the starting points are emotions, or the values, as you said. The normal level of politics, to piece over, to mark the territory, sorry for being not so elegant, by putting this agenda into the constitution. What is a miracle of the group of 130 activists, intellectuals and scientists of different views. For 6 years, we were able to escape this temptation. Once it appears, it was great. When it appeared in discussions, the other party said, well, we are realizing your personal wish list rather than speaking about natural rules of the game, where every party is a winner. I'm going to share my personal reflection to finish off this intervention. It was very interesting to collaborate with my friends, friends is the word that is justified. Also these very conservative. You might hear that after 6 years we started noticing how right the other party might be. We are progressive, we are conservative, and we believe that in normal policy our friends might be wrong, but we were able to discuss. We didn't want to find golden mean. We didn't want to convince one another. We didn't want to get rid of the content. We focused on what Helena said, rules of the game. We kind of showed that you can talk differently to one another without enlightenment of the other party, without conversion of the other party, but how to coexist in one state. It comes as no secret that I can see the researchers, and I can see them smiling, nodding their heads. I had the pleasure to be a part of the promotional campaign of the book. I met very intelligent people. Not always did they have many touch points, but the main touch point was the care for Poland and democracy. Something that has been reverberated in many debates of the freedom games. Care for creative and open and critical thinking. It's like this, Helena. It's the prerequisite of us listening to one another, to get understanding of the other party, so that these projects have practical realizations. I hope this is just the beginning of a practical project. We've done the job at specific area. As Matek said, we are intellectuals, activists, entrepreneurs. Politics is also usually done by politicians. So it's key for people who are into politics to start implementing this. And we've been dealing with convincing people for quite a long time. We cannot say that the situation is hopeless. Returning to your question, a moment ago I was attending a very interesting panel. Professor Sylwia Skoromańczuk was there. We present different opinions, but we like one another very much. Two things. They were discussing entrepreneurship of girls and how to develop this entrepreneurship. It's differently created compared to what crossed my mind, because this is ability of being brave to implement your ideas, but not on your own. I try to avoid the word leadership because I don't like the word leadership, because I dislike it, but it's not about leadership. It's a tool to do things that are important for communities. This is the common point of the previous panel, the one that we are attending, what we want to attain. We discussed with many people, local politicians, they see that, they do that. Common good activity. I know it's a classical category, but we should be returning to this. This care is the care about us, and broadly defined us in a democratic world, to live a better life. There are different ways to reach this. the support of girls' entrepreneurship, young people of particular sex. This is one of the forms. What we suggest here is this focus on unity of thinking and acting in the spirit of democracy, delivering it with democratic tools, which is equally important. At the end of the day, you might have different opinions on what common good is, and in the incubator we might have different views regarding details, but we may agree, and this is presented in the book that we wrote together. You can create real principles where we can implement all various ideas for common good that enhances the state, and the state is the ultimate institution that observes and safeguards democracy. You can do it. It's not like all of us being on the right wing, left wing, or in this polarizing clinch we've been in for 8 years. Wise decentralization supports leadership, entrepreneurship. It might be civic entrepreneurship, and you give people a vent because the system supports it. The system supports it so that the people can act together for the benefit of common good, and they have a chance to think about it because they've got the tools to implement it.
We've heard the word decentralization. We'll get back to it because, as you will know, this is a keyword for the book. But let me stay with this common good. Maciek, the common good in Poland is a problem. Just like as I could see today and thought about how many values are problematic for us. I almost used the word security. It's a word that somebody is trying to steal from us, or by certain political narrative. Please tell me, how about the common good? How to look for the keys that would let us keep the common good as truly common, rather than torn apart by political formation to pieces. The first step is to acknowledge it has to be common, so it mustn't be imposed by the majority in the parliament, often in the mood of delegitimization of those who have a different view on the common good, but it has to appear in the situations where our free choices as citizens come together somewhere. And we are presenting an optimistic vision where there are many areas where Poles can agree. Security, pro-European direction, pro-Western politics. We may differ in some details, in that we should be a state with a strong, efficient army or military, a strong national security system, cybersecurity, a state that responds to the need of energy transition, is secure in terms of energy. These are examples of the areas where, if these are not destroyed by polarization, if they are not a tool in this Polish war, there is a remarkable chance we can agree on those. But the current system doesn't support agreement. it is centralized on the level of political decision, but not implementing public tasks. We are pretty well decentralized here, but on the decision-making level, in terms of political decisions, it is highly centralized, and we may think, okay, then we will have this common good. No, we will have common good defined in the logic of winners, losers. If we have a system that local governments, especially those of regions and cities, can have the third way between full victory, full defeat, there is this way that some things can be transferred closer to citizens in the subsidiary spirit. We can have the choice that not everything has to be the same throughout the country, and what we choose, what our political representatives choose to remain common, would be the common good, the chosen harmony rather than imposed one. So the system, paradoxically, although decentralizes the states, as Helena says, strengthens it, because whatever remains in the center is what people and their democratically elected representatives want to stay in the center. And if we are fatalist about Poland, if we believe nothing links us, our idea may be dangerous, because if we allow people to decide what is supposed to be the common good and what is supposed to be the common good on the lower level, what if there is nothing? We disagree with such a diagnosis. It's false, harmful for Poles of any political view, and it's more likely as a potential dystopic future if we keep fighting the progressive, liberal, and conservative, because the act of conquering will result in less links. But if we have this opportunity to relieve the pressure in the parliament, we may see that the 16 regions and some cities will be shockingly alike, even though using different language, different narrative, different story, but we are not that much different if we remove the aspect of violence that defines everything today. We can only hear violence and visions of violence, because if you look at the electorate, and those who opt for peace, is fear. The fear of the Progressive Party that we would come and do what they did to us. How long is it going to last? Pray as short as possible. But as we are here, Helena, Maciek went into details of decentralization easily. I would like you to tell us, and especially to our listeners and viewers online, what it's like with decentralization. An accelerated course in decentralization in the form of the social pact. When decentralization is implemented, everything remains the same. But afterwards, they too, in the full version of the model we recommend, implementing the whole system would require some constitutional changes which would delegate more tasks to be carried out by regions and local governments, but also direct taxes, pit and sit, transferred to local governments directly. They wouldn't need to go to the state level, then to be returned back to local governments in reduced value. The regional charter that makes the grounds legal regulations when implementing our decentralization idea will allow regions and local governments to introduce significant changes against the existing law. These may be things on education, how the schools are supposed to be supervised, universities. These may be issues regarding culture, science, health. There is lots of space to act, but it doesn't have to be used. If somebody wishes, go ahead. There are some rules we describe in the book, how to make it to avoid chaos and dumping. And in our model, we form regional senates were occupied by local government authorities, and there they would vote with weighted votes that reflect the population the authorities are responsible for. A region would be headed by the governor, but it wouldn't be a governor as we have it today. It would be the very top of local government. It wouldn't be a representative of the government in the area. The current governor institutions would be cancelled. So we would have this local governance governor, and they would be members of the new Polish Senate, which, contrary to its current version with 100 people elected in common elections, would be people leading regions, and in the Senate they would vote in the very same way, weighted votes per number of inhabitants in the region. That would be the basis how the system works. That would result that in every stage, local and central governance, people on the very top would have direct contact and direct interest to represent their own communities, and at the same time they need to be able to find agreements with other people representing other communities, otherwise they wouldn't be able to pass any single resolution. So we use mechanisms that are efficient in the European Union. We take what is there and exists and works, and we expand it. We also give the field for horizontal acting between different local governments, and there are it is possible to have special cooperation between different local governments. They would develop multi-annual cooperation plans to think long-term strategically and then dispose of the money, and even design certain development strategies. It may be combining research with entrepreneurship. That would be a decent R&D solution. I'm just listing some of those items. One of those elements to make it civic and not just change a mechanism of enforcing power would be that citizens, inhabitants of regions would have more efficiency given by definition. In a referendum, they would be able to dismiss local authorities. They can far more easily present their own initiatives. On the other hand, local authorities would be subject to assessment, and the assessment would be binding. If they go down by a significant number of positions in the national rankings, the authorities cannot be re-elected. So there are many things that combine items together, but there are many elements down to earth where people know best what is good, what works, what doesn't, and there is this key stress that citizens who know best what's happening in their environment, that they have higher causality, and people who have their own interests, kindergartens, lighting, energy, and that doesn't have to scale onto the country. It is scaled locally. At the same time, and this very model, if something scales well locally, it facilitates implementation of the same thing by other local governments through cooperation. And then the very pragmatic aspect. If very bad policy is introduced somewhere, it will only be in one place, not countrywide. And that's for the case if everything goes bad. So if there is this bad experiment, its effects will weaken because citizens will have efficiency of acting. When I look at different research, I speak to people, to my students. Efficiency is the key that every generation refers to. Not just restoring values, recovery of dignity, not just breaking the monopoly of truth, but agency, which for people is so critical. And agency is hope for the future of democracy for many. And we have to admit that was well read by Jarosław Kaczyński when he spoke about impossibility which restricts agency. Whatever you may say about the law and justice governance, things they want to do, which are mostly find wrong, though it's not my most significant accusation, I rather hate their authoritarian practices, but I don't like their policy either. But we need to admit that they do run the policies. The question comes, can we create a system where this agency is more present? The first step would be to admit that we have to forget this myth. We are all alike. And if somewhere on the left wing of Polish Catholics we had this Unia Demokratyczna Party, Democratic Union Party, if we find a point without politics, always the same, stable, and people would go for it, but it's not like that. The recent decades have proven that Poles do not want it, and we recommend another solutions with lots of politics. And our the next panel on regions of dreams, well, we hear criticism that these are conservative. Well, we speak about progressive and conservative regions. That shows a lot about assumptions of our elites, what the politics should look like, rather than our book. That shows we do not feel comfortable with the fact that we can be seriously different on essential matters in terms of ideology. In my previous speech, I wanted to persuade you that the regions would be very much alike. I am a part of this thinking that you should present it this way, so that we more or less would be alike. Do not bother. But the point is, this is what makes people support authoritarian populist parties. It seems that they are all centrists, and that election means nothing because the same elite shall continue the same policies. You do not need authoritarian regime to have it like that. You may have democracy, independent institutions, and serious political disputes. We want them to happen in regions, in cities, between them, so that we can compete in ideas between regions, but we need to give people opportunities to experiment, to create clear policies, explicit policies. As we know of political geography, Poland is divided also by geographical distribution. It's not the only reason. East part of Poland is more conservative, while the west is more progressive. Let's use it as a tool to bring back life to democracy and replace this rotten compromise with healthy, sound competition.
I like this life of democracy. Life is what Maciek was speaking about. In the state, you can lose elections, but it's not a loss. Somebody loses the power, but they do not lose agency. It is important because in the back of the head, we need to have this, that the power should be required things. And it is easier to require because the distance is shorter between the citizen and the authorities. Everything is closer to people. The system does not lose, even if a specific party loses elections, because citizens do not lose democracy in the state. They don't lose the state. As Maciek said, we can see what is the fear against losing the state being the mechanism of exercising power. What we propose is broader than exercising power. Being the leader of the state means exercising power, but not only. This is also taking responsibility. So other elements should also be vocalized. Not only is this the possibility of imposing your will Weberian way, but first and foremost taking responsibility for community. Speaking about the question that you mentioned, how to put it in words properly. Politicians get out of the simple framework that the political career is going to Wiejska Street, whether it's the culmination of political career or presidential palace. This is quite a clear path. Yeah, political career may have different images. Yes, that's the one of the things. And in the model that we propose, there are very important roles related to agency with exercising power. I'd like to use the word exercising responsibility at the local level, which means that central functions are key but narrowed down. If a party loses the authority at the central level, it does not mean that they lose everything, because most probably there are voivodeships, provinces or smaller communes where the representatives of a party that loses power still wield the power on the local level because they do it well. They are elected by inhabitants. It is no longer 1-0 system. When you think about political career, it's much more interesting. There are many more places that are attractive. To think about policy as a career, as a profession, as your vocation. So when we have more possibilities, losing power in the center is not the end of the world. Also from the point of view of citizens, because fewer things are happening in the center from the point of view of citizens, which is key, because education, social care and other things happen at the local level. Strategic functions are not marked with ongoing policy that we are facing at the moment, because the mechanism creates different logics of exercising power. And when we look at what we have discussed with politicians of different options, we've seen the interest in our idea that is disconnected from party lines, but it's more appealing to those at the lower level of the ladder of political, the lower level of the political ladder, if they are in local governments in centers. As you might guess, the higher, the less interest. So potentially they lose power that they have. But those who are down there, who do concrete things, schools, rubbish, are the people who can see that this idea of this new contract gives them greater room for practical activity. If they do it well, they can stick to this role. Before we give floor to our public, I'm looking at the clock. The Freedom Games shows the turning point in its title. So what is the turning point, Maciek? So that we can implement some solutions, make them live. We are going to have elections that are very important, that are key, that will be the turning point. You have reverberated is that the key elections are in 4 years' time, because we know then what happens if we reverse the actual trend in polls. We have to, in 4 years' time, we'll have to keep the power and think about it critically. And we'll have to learn how to think about co-citizens, remembering, this is what I highlighted, it's natural that people are different. We don't have to believe them to be our enemy in an automated way. I am flabbergasted with unrealistic plans of restoring rule of law on the table, connected with the charges that our project is unrealistic. Let's believe that opposition wins elections. All projects that we have, and they are associated with simple return to the state from before 2015, are the acts, the bills. But for a bill to become an act, We need the president's signature. Little chance that the opposition has got 60% to discuss the veto. But even if, it can be sent to the freezer operated by Ms. Przyłębska and it does not become an act. All ideas that stand no chance of president's signature are examples of lack of realism, even if the opposition wins. So it's, in our opinion, it's more sensible, and it can be concurrent, to discuss with President on specific acts, but it's not a detriment to sit and talk as described by Professor Zoll, Balicki and other co-authors, and previous Judge Gwizdak. This atmosphere and the bills will not be impeded, even those presented at the Freedom Games, to work for the benefit of the new round table. Representatives of the right wing will be thinking whether we are able to create constitutional rules that can be accepted in 2027, because the right wing may regain the power. We cannot believe that the opposition wins, they will never lose. It's absurdity. So it comes as a paradox. Self-government as the pillar of constitutional rules, which are peace, progressive. There's People's Party on the Green Party, very important role, might be the most real way out of the of this impasse, rather than thinking that President Duda's attitude will change, because started in 2015, and he'll be willing to sign acts that will dismantle the system he has created himself together with the ruling party. It's the greatest example of wishful thinking, so our proposal is pretty realistic in this context. Wishful thinking, yeah, we would like you to give up on that. But now, your wishes, your questions. We've got 9 minutes to go. Attorney of Laws. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to, otherwise I will die. I was sitting like on a hot chair. I can see wonderful authors of this book amongst the speakers and in the room, and the creators of the incubator. There are also other authors, and I want to say that I pay respect. Why? Because the concept that we are presenting here by Maciek and Helena, I don't know whether you have a similar feeling to mine. You create a living democracy in Poland, organic democracy. So we give up on cold democracy based on procedures that citizens are only required to put their vote into the ballot 1 in 4 years. You want to create a civic and self-responsible society. This is the motivation that drives citizens to keep their eyes peeled in local governments. This is organic democracy that is wonderful and fantastic. That, you agree with me, is based on NGOs, but NGOs have not been created for that. They are here to motivate, rather than take over the responsibility for the state and management. Referring to what Maciek said in his latest intervention, there are differences, we know that, but we differ beautifully. I don't know whether we can create such a round table for a simple reason. The experience of the last 4 years shows that you do not negotiate with terrorists, but we can think how to include this part of political class that is anti-democratic, who are authoritarian by nature. Let's try to convince them to think differently. We can do it. Let's hope. It was a short comment. I grabbed the microphone to tell you respect. Thank you very much for your work. Do we have any questions? Yes, we have questions. Good afternoon, good evening. I was listening about your initiative in a podcast. I don't remember who was airing out opinions. There were many interesting examples how provinces could operate, but what you, doctor, said grasped my attention. Political class. Why should I agree to that? I don't see any possibility. Nobody who's in the same has the interest in giving up their powers. There is the interest of local leaders who sometimes work hard to the guts to create something and they are deprived of finances. PAS removes even more finances and centralizes the power. How long will it take to convince the political class, or should there be any disaster before anybody sees you should correct something? Let me start with a second question. I hope there'll be gigantic ego of the Polish political leaders. We are facing a moment. The biggest leaders of the parties are also at the stage of their life that they want to go down in history. It gives them the chance to mark their place in history. Who remembers the Prime Minister 20 years after? Nobody's going to remember it. Period, and so on and so forth. The end of Polish War, creation of this constitutional consent, and I'm speaking on my own, not on behalf of the group. It was somewhere lost in 1997. It was progressive side constitution. As you remember, the right wing was underrepresented. Owing to 1993 election results. So correcting it by creating a true national consensus. These two tribes that have coexisted for centuries in Poland's history, it's rooted in our culture, progressive and conservative side. If you can do it, it will be remembered for 200 years. The authors will be remembered. The history books will write about them. That's the only hope. This is something to grasp, to go down in history, to be in the glory of fame pantheon. Fathers and mothers, the founders of the Republic of Poland pantheon will include this. This is the startup point. We are saying turning point. We are not saying it should be done one-to-one. May they have a round-table discussion. May this finish something different, but successful. It's not about every institution to be implemented. The idea, the rules of the game are joint and common. We need to agree. May this resonate among the leaders of the political class of our country. Let me add to that the pragmatic version. I'm a specialist in pragmatics today. Let's have an optimistic assumption. Opposition wins the next election. there's a great chance that they will lose the next one because there'll be a huge scale of changes. It's too big to see the positive results before the end of the first terms of office. Pragmatic would be to dispel the distributed powers. If they lose the power in the center, they keep more power at the local level compared to what we have today. Because local governments are burdened with a great number of tasks to do with limited money, less and less money kind of. So, ego, the will to go down in history, and political pragmatical attitude would result in them believing that it makes sense. We can join this pragmatic and history-related ones. Dear opposition of today, if you win election, it will be your first intuition to swing this pendulum towards liberal and progressive way. This will be the first thing you try. The tough recovery of the state from this conservative. If you lose your teeth of the first months of the first year, we are here. Our book is here. It has been printed. You know where to find it. You know where to find us. You need to be careful. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. It goes to Maciej, Helena. I'm very sorry that we've been unable to get connected on the internet and we didn't have a chance to talk to Professor Ackerman. We'll try to recover it in the time to come. Thank you very much for coming, and I hope you'll be staying with us in front of your computers and here in the room, so that in 15 minutes time you will listen to a second debate on provinces of our dreams. Thank you very much, hope to see you and hear you soon.
Jestem z zawodu lekarzem, zajmowałam się diagnostyką chorób nowotworowych.
W Białorusi zajmowałam się mikrobiologią i molekularną biologią.
Byłem nauczycielem szkoły podstawowej.
Naszym celem jest budowanie umiejętności, które są ważne na polskim rynku pracy.
Szybko nabierają takiej pewności siebie, bardzo szybko się uczą.
Wszystko możliwe, kiedy starasz się.
Każdy wybór ma swoje konsekwencje.
Dziś na kazaniu o takich jak ty mówili, że to morderczynie.
A wiesz, że ta, która ci pomogła, trafi za kraty?
Trzeba mieć sumienie.
Jak mogłaś to zrobić własnej matce?
Aborcja to najgorsza zbrodnia.
Gdybym ja podjęła taką decyzję, nie byłoby cię tutaj.
Organy państwa nie będą przyglądać się temu obojętnie.
Życie i zdrowie kobiety jest najważniejsze.
Stop kryminalizacji aborcji. Kobieta decyduje.
It's not always easy to recognize. It may look like this, or like this. It may be a burden, but it is a responsibility that we embrace nonetheless. But if it means this for one person and this for someone else, maybe it ultimately means being there for one another. It isn't handed to us, but we know where to find it and how it feels, how it tastes, and what it sounds like when we finally have it. It means different things to different people, but for many, it means everything. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together.
Ihre Ausreise.
Dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry. Pan Zbigniew Hołdys.
Zgadza się. Dla znajomych Zbyszek.
Serio? Zbyszek. Nadchodzące wybory są zbyt ważne, żeby zostawić je bez kontroli. Dołącz do obywatelskiej kontroli wyborów. Zróbmy wybory bez picu.
bo zależy nam na naszej ojczyźnie, naszym osiedlu, naszej ulicy, bo chcemy naszych niezbywalnych praw i wolności, bo nie oddamy naszych marzeń. Nadchodzi punkt zwrotny.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the final panel today. A panel that we are going to devote to the region of dreams. A couple of words why. A moment ago we finished the panel of the first part of the book Let's Agree on Poland, a great project achieved by the Social Contract Incubator, a project that is a turning point of a kind. But I want to address another turning point that I've just listened carefully, the words read by Marek Kondrat in the short clip introducing the turning point. He speaks, "We will not give up our dreams." And our conversation is a bit about our dreams, the dreams and how we turn them into reality, how we build our life plans on them together with others on our own, but first of all, how we build them in narration. Because you can design a region, but you need to do something with it. Something practical, something that will be more than just political, social and economical dimension measured by scientists, but something that can be translated into the language for people, that we can imagine how we are going to work with this region, what it's going to look like. I'm delighted that we have the following guests. Karolina Lewestam, profesor Sylwia Sysko-Romańczuk, Ziemowicz-Szczerek, Jarosław Gwizdak, Leszek Stypułkowski, and Professor Artur Wołyk. I've read all of you in books. I've met some of you in person, but I would like to start from something different. When I emailed you before the games, I didn't tell everything to you. We agreed with Karolina for the very beginning to tell a story you created, Ziemowicz created. These are the moments when you explain difficult things into the language where we can imagine what it's going to be like. And it's not just the language that gives us numbers, but where we can see it can be our daily life. And our question is about imagination, how literature, because it's very much present in this book, I didn't say, each region of dreams has their own authors on the part of the incubator, researchers and incubator writers who put that into the narrative of fiction. How literature can talk to politics, how literature can make politics imaginable, real, but also it's not so strange. And we may say, okay, it can be done. Well, theoretically, that seems to be a magnificent task. Only narrative, a story can bring that to us, that we can understand that regions, in my case, designed by Wołyk and Dejcha, they would turn live if we put some story into it, a narrative. But it was the most difficult literary task I've ever had. And I even wrote a book for children. a romantic comedy. That was most difficult because there was no, well, every time that I read what I did, it sounded like a social realistic book. And she boarded the train, headed for Rzeszów, and the railroad was built by this and that politician. Because of that, they drank a lot. So I had this problem of fitting into the framework. You always write what you want, and here you need to write as others want you to. So it's extremely difficult, and that can be seen, and that you can find this risk of intersection of literature and politics when it serves it and not just pulls the policy, because the, politics is part of the writer's imagination. So we've got social realistic book. That is why I chose a bit of a science fiction form, because that seems the only literary form where we have a different world presented, and we need to fit into it. We need to bring to it some content. It was difficult to avoid this artificial sense. The details we were given as writers were extensive. Working on them was extremely deep. And now, come on, write it so it comes out naturally, all those institutions, etc. It wasn't easy. Zimowit, Szczerek, you've got the mic. How was it? Write this like that. I know what you mean. If we wanted to convert the task into the text, we would get a socialist, realist book, like we knew from our past. A woman getting onto the tractor. You made it as science fiction. I thought, well, perhaps I exaggerated with irony. I believe the heroes I created, no, they are in a form of theater, a comedy of absurd. They stand up, but they are sort of twin pigs. Palmer comes to the table, steps on it, clicks the fingers and speaks how in a progressive region education will have away from Czarnek. Quoting, and she said, thanks to the agency, all the people in the Pomorski region have a choice, buy a flat or have stable rent. There was no other option. All right. You got a package of information. What should be in a region? I'll be back to you with questions, but I want to ask you, you who invented the regions in technical details before they got some spirit. Later on, they got spirit and body. But from you, they got the bone system filled with muscles that were supposed to, waiting for the spirit to be inhaled into them. We have progressive regions. We had Helena Chmielewska-Szlajwel, who is the author of that region with Ziemowit-Szczerek. There is a conservative region, left-wing Christian democratic, liberal. Well, let's start with Sylwia. What it's like with your region, Professor? What is it like? What was most important in it for you? and what was critical for you to show, to grasp in it? Well, let me first say that we had it a bit different. Marta Kwaśnicka, who cooperated with us when writing the narrative, made a literary editorial, and Jakub Druzd invented the story, the plot, so we wrote it a bit differently. And the skeleton you speak of, it wasn't there. We didn't get a skeleton. We built it. Each group worked with a researcher. We had an assistant, and Magda, one of the heroines, because we've got a couple, Magda and Piotr, in our chapter. It's a real person. This is the person who helped us to gather information about the region, Podlaskie, which, as any other region, will have its history, topography, will have its population, values, and so on and so forth. We wanted to break away from that history, though the problem was that chapters were supposed to be authentic. The authors were writing those, and the writers were supposed to identify with the values. It's not my whole life, but these are values we actually share. Let me disclose something. During our work with Marta Kwaśnicka, it turned out that her vision of conservatism was a bit different from what we present in the chapter. But I'm grateful to her that she decided to collaborate with us, and the same could be said about all other chapters. It's sort of emanation of key values. I wouldn't say getting down to the chapter, we didn't name them, although we argued they would be model regions, but we said no. And we learned that the Conservative Party is not uniform either. The Progressive Party is not uniform in its models, thinking models. So we started to think what is authentic. Dreams are. Because everybody can dream, and nobody can say the dreams are bad or good. The key feature of dreams is that they are authentic. And what is our region like? Our conservative region is based on family as value. When you read the chapters, you will see that each of them has its own subject, and it is the representation of values. We have family. We have a married couple, Magda and Wojtek, with 3 children. Magda is an entrepreneurial woman from a family that has its family history based on land and work and family, multi-generation family, because the family meets is had it for Christmas, that where 4 generations of Podlasie people meet and celebrate. The key values include family, as the community of people where foundation for vitality and continuity is Christian belief and tradition, which doesn't mean lack of assimilation or modern approach, because all solutions chosen and proposed in a chapter, they are implemented in public policies as solutions that are supposed to support the value meant as family, as a community of people. You can argue with that. You may say that in other regions there are different values, but we are trying these policies to support the essence of a given viewpoint, and the viewpoint will have its differences, and we wanted to root those in 5 traditions that we reflect in 5 chapters of the Regions of Dreams. So from the conservative region, I will jump to the Christian democracy region. Professor Wołek is grabbing the mic. What it's like, this Christian democracy region, from conservatives to Christian Democrats, that jump. You need to explain this and that. That's pretty simple. There are no Christian Democrats. There've never been, there never will be. Thanks to Karolina, we got sort of oniric, dreamlike framework. But we started from public policies. What can be shared? So there is a dream, one dream there. It's a dream of peace. Not peace understood. If you attended the first day, Professor McCluskey quoted St. Paul 3 times. I can do the same. Peace as a basic link between those who can disagree. So it's more than no war. It's a positive relation between people who, apart from that, are pretty different. And we were trying to look for such public policies that would bring together, and they are different. There are various concepts. It's not a full consent. We speak about the Podkarpackie region, and the policy is supposed to be based on close cooperation with Ukraine. Indeed, there is a huge group of politicians who build their career based on anti-Ukrainian attitude. If you have a look at the first politician on the Konfederacja party list, you will understand what I mean. But peace was something that I and Łukasz Rozdejcher, the co-author, was looking for an answer to the question. Peace is gone. It's the prerequisite for the existence of any Christian democracy, but the electorate will not go away. This is something I miss so much in the conversation I had here, very inspiring, but with this unrealistic assumption that the victory of the opposition will mean not on the destruction of those monsters ruling us, but that those who voted for them would vanish. They won't. And we were trying to find a policy that would put together those who vote for peace and will vote for alike parties in their profile, but we wanted to give them better leaders. Thanks to Karolina, we managed to do so.
And we are speaking about what Leszek Jerzewski initially indicated. We've lost those who got off the modernization tram at the independence and nationalism, well-being stop. Not really. It's not like that. Do you believe that people in Podkarpacie do not want to live in modern Poland, that the cost is so high that they do not want to have a good school. Good school not in the sense that it's got a gym and a swimming pool, but the one that teaches very well. They've got the teacher of physics and sciences, not a PE teacher. Physical education quite similar. What they teach decent English. This modernization way, there's one way. Good school is the school without religious teaching but with sexual education. Quite possible, but this is not the package. We wanted to unpackage it. Unpackage our thinking about modernity and to show that there are different ways to modernity. People who vote PIS in Podkarpacie, 60+% in the last election, are not the same people like us. They have different values at times, but in this good policy expectations dimension, we can be in line with them. Let me stop here. I'd like to return to speaking. I hope we'll return. The Freedom Games quotations are different. I quoted John Paul II in the presence of Magda Środa. Jarek. Your region of your dreams. When you're looking at the book and the regions that we have, which is the closest to your heart? The values, the story. Where do you find your bearings? I knew it would be most difficult. Let me start with two questions. Thank you very much for the possibility of being here. I never thought I would be a part of the games, forget Freedom Games. An instruction how to write a best-selling book, 28 co-authored. Each of them buys 5 copies to give to their families, and we are second best in the rankings, just after by of President Kwasniewski. My dreams come true. So you're not first? No, we are not first. Referring to the founding father said, founding father of Freedom Games, we were learning how to die for the family, and we are still learning how to live in the country we are in. This book was work with 28 people that I had similar ideas. I saw one of the co-authors in the government television and I disagreed with what he said, but the chapter that he wrote, I would subscribe to what he wrote. This is chapter 5. Why is it difficult? Because I'll tell you about the region, Silesian region. So, well, it's difficult to take the floor in this moment. So, your dream. My dream is coming true. I've been doing this for 49 years. The Barbie of our association, Helena, said, if there is the day after the election, and when our idea comes true, nothing would change. This is the starting point. People from Silesia region should be convinced to that. Nothing will change for the time being. We are not speaking about abstract things. We are speaking about 4.4 million people. It's like Croatia or Lithuania plus Estonia. And we are dreaming. So what are we dreaming about? We want to have a good school. We want to have social consent present there. We'd like to have... Well, I wouldn't like to follow the stereotypes of Silesia, ethos and leftish attitude, Beskid spirit, because Śląsk Cieszyński is a different thing. It works. It works. Not to the scale of 4 millions, but we've got a prototype, Upper Silesia Metropolis. There is union of communes like transport, that was a starting point. But it's happening. A metropolis is a lab for a region according to book stories. It starts dealing with public policies, starts thinking what to do with seniors, starts thinking about identity, story, narrative. We know that. It's a livable place. I'd like to live there because I like living in Katowice, and assets like very good universities, plus additional story, magic of Silesia region. If I want to say something about my Upper Silesia, there are 3 films whose titles are not coincidence. Angeles, you are the God and Gods. It may not be a quintessence, in ideal sense, but I agree. Leszek Stypułkowski, the liberals. We were squabbling about this, but liberals. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, good evenings. I'm very happy to tell you about our liberal voivodeship, liberal region. It was a great adventure to work with so many people with different ideas, to see literates who instill life into mechanisms of operation, open our eyes and make us enjoy what we do. Our liberal region was supposed to be the one that understands the idea of freedom. We do not interfere how people live. We want them to be responsible. Me, Marek Tatawa, Marek Zieliński, we wanted this region to be flat and lean state that gives great public services for money you can count. Public services that we agree on, that we accept in a referendum, well apprised, clear apprising, and any company may realize it, so there are no monopolies, not that we cannot choose. So we choose a school, health services, service providers like waste companies. It's based on rankings. We know what costs what. We know how they are assessed in public services rankings when it comes to services providers. So we've got the idea. We created the mechanism, but who is supposed to do that? And here is Piotr Siemian, who came up with 3 wonderful women who give up on career in corporations. They become deputy governors, and they are fully enthusiastic. You can feel it, how joyful they are to see the change. They introduce reforms. They modify the voivodeship card, the basic constitution, and we've got 3 people. We give up on silos that divide the province into budget sectors. We've got Aldona that does away with competitiveness barriers, so that we have the greatest possible number of market players to provide best public services. We've got Wanda, who is Deputy Governor for Human Resources, and she's there to have the administration team working for good money in excellent conditions, and they use the best possible technological solutions. We know how many places we need to have in kindergarten, medical procedures. We can apprise it, we can ask our citizens whether they are ready to pay for this, because this liberal region is where citizens know is that they pay for what they get through their taxes. So every public service is up, there's a pricing. So if there's a support, and we want to support all those who are less fortunate, we know that these are the taxes that are earmarked for support. Wielkopolska region supports it. And Stacy, she streamlines the questions of the laws and the companies that used to be state-owned. They belong to the treasury that we inherited. As you learn, one of the ideas is to have local government having the assets in a liberal region. So whatever is not needed that can earn on its own is privatized. There's the assets fund that invests into development, into innovative ideas. And all these ideas are carried out by the people that Piotr Siemian described so well. They become living creatures, the leaders of change. It was a wonderful combination of our dreams with literary work. Let me return to Ziemowit and the literary work. I'm looking at Helena, who was called to answer. I can't help smiling. How much, when you think about this region, can it happen? What is so true in this region that is transferred from the story to real life? Not only the one that boils down to one region. As I'm listening, Maciej Kisielski says that regions will be similar. So what do we get in the world from this? I'd like to say that Siemion wrote me, he was scared when he was creating this chapter, but he pulled that through. I like the idea of decentralization of Poland so that every region has got far-reaching competences so that they have pragmatic approach to their operation. We cannot remove this conservative aspect, but this should be civilized. Any civilization way is more than wanted. Civilization, this context rings negative bells, but okay. It's an attempt to return to thinking about politics as something pragmatic and more sublime, on the other hand, compared to what we observe at the moment, which is a short-sighted, short-term struggle that has nothing to do with the public debate. Yeah, they keep the other party's balls. Yeah. Or some other parts of the body if you are tall enough to jump up. So it opens the window so clean air and things. It's important to remind that, because gosh, at some point I realized that I forgot about it, that I no longer believed in that. So let me leave that to experts to think what may happen, to what extent. Let me tell you that whilst I was reading the book, I learned why we have this, why we are building the Republic of Poland. Is this going to be a sponge that takes in all the negative emotions, or is this an institution that has been created to comply with these or other needs, to fulfill their needs, based on pragmatism, like a good school that we mentioned? A good school is the touch point between us and conservative people. Great number of people in my family come from Podkarpacie region. Galicia was created, so I know the reality is there, how demonized it is in this leftish and liberal perspective. It's more about this. So it's a kind of proposition, so to say, that will be implemented, not in this concrete form proposed here, but I've got the feeling that this is not necessarily all about this. It was about imagination and finding key to people's minds and return to this. We got stuck in our disputes. We were discussing what shouldn't be lost by citizens when those in power change. The first question goes to Sylvia. What did you learn from one another when carrying out the project? Each of us will reach out for the book. We'll do the reading. We'll learn about regions, what they look like in detail. But this is a great lesson from the incubator, what you've learned from one another whilst working on this. And punchline. Thank you very much for this question. You know that this is an offspring of our discussion. Katowice, June, I was talking to Magda, it was evening. We were walking around the city after a debate. We were speaking about thinking. It was amazing, because positive thinking based on liking other people, on interest to other people, is foreign to us at the moment. This party has got freedom games, others have got solidarity games. Two key notions and two key values for each pole have become apart. There is a gulf between one and the other. And I like Professor Calypso's chapter. I understand her language. It's literature in science, so to speak, that I highly value. She speaks about the network. There is no chance to bridge the gulf today, to have flyovers. We can have just interim footwalks, footbridges, like the meeting. And I'm honored to be a part of the Forum of the Ideas, where ideas that I present will revive the other party too. The footbridges that we'll be designing are the footbridges of experiences of intellectuals that are happening in front of our eyes. What have we learned? Let me speak about the results, and I'll tell you what I learned. I learned civic friendship, and this is something that has inspired me always. When I read Adalstein MacIntyre, a philosopher that I value very high, he is an American of Scottish origin, Scottish provenance. Is there a chance to realize a project to instill this in life? Idea of friendship, where friendship is more important than discourses. A discourse is important, but friendship is valued highly. He said nicely about peace. Friendship can be built despite our arguments, but this is peace-based. I cannot feel unsecure without peace. This might be a difficult conversation, but it does not deprive us of peace. So I learned about friendship, about talking, about differences. The problem with differences is that we have always been told that differences are bad. and you need to find what is common. And when we look at etymology of common, communion from Latin, what happens? Communion has got two ends, but we started translating this work as communal or unified. When you look at other ones, other translation from the communal translation, we look at the stem of the work, mun, kom, onio, two word sources. The first is moenia, situa, so fencing of unity, and munis is a gift, a task. So giving something to one another. Communion is not a state, but a process.
It's a beautiful process indeed, but I'm thinking about civic friendship. I'm back to our conversation. What Jarosław Wizdak has learned. I started to talk about it, that I learned when I was here yesterday, and he has a broader view. I was trying to get this broader view, but I understood that, for instance, our lot of rule of law group is a bubble, but observing bubbles by bubbles what we think of each other without a dialogue possibility, without verification. I also learned in my previous life I was a judge, and I believe that if I act per civil procedure rule, I will know what is not disputable, then I'll take care of what is disputable, and if I have evidence I can reach the truth. It may not be so. So I was learning, well, I will be persistently recommend the chapters on justice, and this is an opinion that we can say that whatever is happening is bad. It is for me 90%. But reaching to the reasons of such evil, which I spoke about it, I didn't understand it was in a novel. It could be read differently, it can be diagnosed differently, and that allowed me to learn and understand, not to say the other party, but I do not want to say others. I miss the word. Others is okay, but others means ours. This and those, to be fair. This is something I learned. Apart from that, it's when I was traveling here by train, I read the book again, and I found, wow, and that's lots of nice stories. It can be valuable. I could live in one, second, third region. That's what I learned. You've got lots of travels. Artur Wołek, what did you learn? Apart from reminding that there is no Christian Democrats, well, we've heard the most important elements. I don't know if I have learned it, but details are important. That's confirmed. There are no two tribes. There are so many groups that are different, and they interleave. On a daily basis, we live in our social and informative bubbles, but they again overlap. And if we move to details, we understand each other pretty well. So if I should draw any lesson from the creative process, it's not it worth talking, but that it's not worth to talk on this general level. It may end up with punching each other when we speak of particular solutions, and we assume we want to reach an agreement. It's far easier than you could expect it. We are very much optimistic. Leszek Stypułkowski would be an optimist, as I assume, but Leszek? I liked what Sylvia said about civic friendship. When I was listening to today's lectures, I heard a lot about critical thinking. I always assumed critical thinking that somebody was telling me a story, I would find weak points in it. I was highly critical about it. Here, I learned a total different vector of critical thinking. I was looking for good elements, what would be important for my new friendly citizen. And I learned that this consent and patriotism is not in persuading conservatives to turn into liberals, as discussed today. It will do if we acknowledge we are different, that we want to live different lives, that we practice different values, and in that spirit of patriotism, give as much space for it as possible. It was a moving experience for me indeed. Again, I feel great optimism in our discussion, and that makes me happy, as we are. These are things I often hear from my students who come from very different places, towns, represent different views, come from families that are not intellectuals. They are regular kids who come for such things, look for such things, and they say, you only see the word black and white, you only see enemies, you don't see friends. Perhaps it's easier for them somehow to build. Back to the beginning. The bubbles on the one hand, from which we observe each other. Perhaps we don't need to only look at each other. You know that scientists are but to discuss. We have 130, and they managed to get the common line. But then building footbridges that are built by stories, by conversation, but which literature can put in narration. Yes, what you mentioned, that details matter. There is no story without details, and the details are well as documented by research. Each time when we have a moral dilemma to decide on, the more details are provided, the more likely we are expected not to treat a dilemma in a utilitarian way. This tram problem, what does it look like, who's inside, and across whom it is going to run? We start thinking the ontological categories. The bridge, the footpaths, the bridges. I'm full of admiration for the project because it is a reasonable way to use pluralism in a friendly perspective, without alienation. I need to confess that it is my fault you are here, because Anna Wojciuk, who is the founding mother of the project, came to me with the question, whom would you see here to do things like that, to write it? I said, run to Sztorek. We don't know each other personally, but I follow your various activities, And Ziemowicz seems to be a unique person sitting in that liberal bubble, both legs in it. At the same time, he sees and understands problems with not seeing the other person, being close to your own view. So I'm happy we're in the same book. I trust I have it like that. Well, I'm very happy. Leftist liberal bubble would be mine. If I may, about the bridges, civic friendship, and respective others' view. Obviously, even if we don't want to, there is no other option. This book is a sort of demand of a certain way of speaking of your views other than the one we have today. It's like Fukuyama, when American Western technocrats could get in touch and understand with Soviet technocrats. So this is a clear appeal to get back to the pragmatic arrangement for Poland. And this new social agreement we need so much on different levels. 4 minutes left, ladies and gentlemen. A question, perhaps 2 questions from the audience. Anybody willing? Leszek Jażdżewski, obviously. That would be my first question during this Freedom Games. Thank you for being here. We couldn't fit in all the authors. I like your uniformity so much. It's pretty friendly here. I remember the song by Elektryczne Gitary. Everybody agrees with each other, and it's going to stay the way it is. I want to ask you, don't you think that a risk of division, according to this line, that conservatives go to Podkarpacie, liberals take the Mazowiecki region? I'm from Łódź, and I feel it, that all the divisions in Warsaw, the fights, the bubbles, this would be transferred to the level where it is absent today. On those levels, different problems are solved. I wouldn't like it to happen. As a man out of Warsaw, well, I'm happy with Warsaw where it is. I don't need it here. Aren't you afraid of politicization that leads to dangerous phenomena in terms of coherence and pragmatism, you think? Political scientist. I don't know about Łódź, but it has happened. It has arrived. And sometimes it protects us. We are protected from Warsaw stupidity by local oligarchs who do not want the interests to be disrupted. I have one particular city in mind, but normally it is here. This conflict will not allow solve development problems where one party is not dominating. The advantage of our project is that we are showing people who are dominated can find their place. In Podkarpacie, some conservative right-wing party will dominate. The same in Podlasie. In the west of Poland, no right-wing parties can win in a long perspective. Our project shows how people who are dominated can find their place. There are mechanisms that force cooperation in regional and national aspects. It will go apart, obviously, if they do not cooperate. You cannot run Twitter politics there, because there is a field to be worked on. 38 seconds for me. I wanted to take it. That's the goal of this exercise, that the political dispute is moved from the center down to regions, so that the center is strong with strategy, focusing on key aspects of the state security, national defense, environmental protection, energy system. We all agree on that. As a rule, it needs no political dispute, but moving political dispute down to regions will make individual regions working out different solutions. We'll have regulatory competition, which will result that some regions will find something so extra, others will follow. And if some region finds something bad, there is no risk that the whole Poland pays for it. The point is to move the political dispute down to regions. I'll supplement it. We didn't talk about the third pillar of our project, the citizen. The whole project of creating a law goes in cooperation with citizens, and the dispersion of sources watching your hands and cooperation is something we believe can counteract all oligarchs. Leszek quoted a song. It's not like, do not move the capital city to Krakow, as the song goes. Let's move the things that can support the development of the city, of the region, and the community that lives there. Thank you very much for this excellent book. The whole incubator, you in particular, Karolina Nowestamis. Thank you for being here. That was another sentence. My name is Magdalena Baran, and I want to encourage you to read the book and invite you to the far.
Jestem z zawodu lekarzem, zajmowałam się diagnostyką chorób nowotworowych.
W Białorusi zajmowałam się mikrobiologią i molekularną biologią.
Byłem nauczycielem szkoły podstawowej.
Naszym celem jest budowanie umiejętności, które są ważne na polskim rynku pracy.
Szybko nabierają takiej pewności siebie, bardzo szybko się uczą.
Wszystko możliwe, kiedy starasz się.
It's not always easy to recognize. It may look like this, or like this. It may be a burden, but it is a responsibility that we embrace nonetheless. But if it means this for one person and this for someone else, maybe it ultimately means being there for one another. It isn't handed to us, but we know where to find it. And how it feels, how it tastes, and what it sounds like when we finally have it. It means different things to different people, but for many, it means everything. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together.
Heute Ihre Ausreise.
Każdy wybór ma swoje konsekwencje.
Dziś na kazaniu o takich jak ty mówili, że to morderczynie.
A wiesz, że ta, która ci pomogła, trafi za kraty?
Trzeba mieć sumienie.
Jak mogłaś to zrobić własnej matce?
Aborcja to najgorsza zbrodnia.
Gdybym ja podjęła taką decyzję, nie byłoby cię tutaj.
Organy państwa nie będą przyglądać się temu obojętnie.
Życie i zdrowie kobiety jest najważniejsze.
Stop kryminalizacji aborcji. Kobieta decyduje.
Dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry. Pan Zbigniew Hołdys.
Zgadza się. Dla znajomych Zbyszek.
Serio? Zbyszek. Nadchodzące wybory są zbyt ważne, żeby zostawić je bez kontroli. Dołącz do obywatelskiej kontroli wyborów. Zróbmy wybory bez picu.